Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, check that one out.
6 Rumble, 6 1 Charlie, take your shots.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody?
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Been on the road for a little bit already. Sun's up. Beautiful day out. On the road, true crime conversation. It's going to be a hot one today, too. All day. It's going to be hot. Kind of chilly right now, too. Coffee's not as hot as I usually like it, but that's okay. Still got it. Speaking of, have a sip. So we'll be talking about a lot of different cases as we have the show today. We'll be getting into the Micah Miller stuff here a little bit in the beginning. We've been kind of getting into the conversations about the Fisherman story, the route. It doesn't make sense. And we're going to go into a little bit of that today. We're going to have lucky you, bad storm is rolling by here. Uh-oh. What part of the country are you in? I hope, I don't think I'm going to be running into any of that. I hope not. But I'd like to have some shows. We're going to have some specific shows coming up here at the beginning of next week. Northern Minnesota. Ooh. Some tornadoes or something. We're going to have an episode dedicated to the Fisherman story. We're going to have an episode dedicated on that. We'll have that coming up. Beginning of the week, we'll be hanging out today. I might end up hanging out tonight. Not sure. Depends how I feel. But we should be. We'll be at the protest tomorrow morning. We're going to be going out and doing a couple things throughout the week. There's a protest at the sheriff's office in North Carolina. We're going to be going up to there too. Yeah, I'd like to know too. It's funny, like somebody literally on TikTok took screenshots of my video and claiming that they found him. It's crazy. I'll have to actually see. It was that video. That video was, gosh, how old is that video? I'll have to show you guys I'll show you guys the actual file folder so you can see when that video was actually taken. Just to show you guys. Nope, we found it. Miss Cooper on TikTok. We found it. Isn't that funny though? People, you come across something. People gotta take screenshots. I found it. And then that same person is charging. Check this shit out. That same person's charging a membership paywall to watch. Now, it was kind of funny because when we talked to Tom, and he went there a few days ago. When me and him were there, it was like we were talking. When me and him were there, we just noticed deer tracks all over the place. That's all I noticed. But the last time he went there to get the barcodes, he said it was obvious. There was a lot of foot traffic around those, so it makes me wonder, what they do? Go out there and then take a video to charge people? Why would you charge people a paywall to see bags of cement anyway? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It's all good though. It's like I always said, just like any of the other stuff that I come across when I'm out here doing these searches or any of that nature, as we're out in field boots out there on the ground. We've come across a lot of things. We've had the United Cajun Navy take credit for stuff we found. We've had other people take credit for stuff we found. But I don't really care. People can take credit all they want. We know the truth. What's up, I Got Change? Good morning, Nina. I just can't believe somebody would charge somebody. That's like me, like having a members only. Why would I have it members only? But good morning, Rose.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Did you get your coffee?
Yes, I did. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I did.
Yum. I'm drinking mine. It's like not very warm. So.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think. There's still waking up, even though I've been driving for an hour or two. Maybe an hour, 2 hours, somewhere around there. Do you remember, Rosie, what the other... I know I was talking about wanting to do a show just on the Fisherman's stories. There was another thing I wanted to have a dedicated show on. I can't remember.
911 call.
911 call. That's right. We'll be doing that probably Monday and Tuesday. We'll be busy with the protests tomorrow. I'm excited. I always love showing up at the protests to help and support. Also to meet all the people that I've gotten to know and gotten to talk to these last few weeks or a month. It's always enjoyable hearing all the just the conversation from the people, and it's always amazing. And shout out to this community out there again in Myrtle Beach. It's been the most. It almost seems like it, other than one specific area, it seems like as we continue to venture on our path down this road, it's like the support and the comfort just gets more and more and more and more with each community that we go to, and it's very appreciated. And you know, when it comes to this community, it just keeps getting better. Like the community's so beautiful and so loving and caring and compassionate, and they treat me like I'm a local, and it's a beautiful thing because they all know I'm not, but they treat me like I am, and it's awesome. It's amazing.
Yeah, they're welcoming.
Yeah. Refreshing to considering all the efforts that we put forth in a specific community, and then for, I wouldn't say community, but people in that community. Complete opposite of everything that we've ever received from any other community. So I already know it's not us.
Yeah.
I already know it's not us. So it's refreshing, to go from feeling this way, and then you experience that BS, and then we're back to this, but it's even better. So I love it. And she does deserve justice, and we're going to find the truth. We will find the truth. It's like I messaged Michael last night, and I said, we will find the truth. I promise you. I promise you. We're going to find it.
Yeah, she really does deserve justice. It's this case is, I don't know. I mean, all of the cases are tragic, but there's something about this one. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
It is. And there's another video from AP last night. He actually, I'm confused because I think it's Robbie Harvey. It's one of the people that JP's talking shit about in his videos. Robbie Harvey, JLR. I don't know. He's like Robbie stinking Harvey, and it's like I don't know Robbie like that. I don't know if he does stink or not, but even if he does, I'm sure it's not a thing by choice. And number two, I don't know how he would know either, because it's not like he ever met him in person. So where that comes from, and then the comment he made about JLR, quote, not investigates, and it's like, what are you talking about, dude? He investigates like a motherfucker. Like you're just getting mad at people because they ask questions. Well, I'm kind of interested to see what his response is to my video about the crying. And I apologize. The last show, everybody was wanting me to play it again. And, I didn't want to dig in too much. But if you want to play it real quick, Rosa, we could all have a quick laugh as we start the morning. I'm interested to see if he has anything to say about this video, or how he's going to make fun of my channel name or my name. It'll be interesting, but I feel Rosie, I feel like me and JP could have a good conversation if we ever had a conversation. I know he's only sending videos to a certain female creator right now, but it's a little different over here. I feel like we would have a great conversation, and I even feel, Rosie and community, I kind of feel like one day me and JP could sit and laugh at that video that I made and that we're about to watch. I really do. So he may be a little pissed off at first if he comes across it. I know he watches these videos because the first protest we were there here, there was an ex-church member that came up to me and said, "Hey man, JP just watched the video that you put up there. Can you do me a favor?" I was getting more contact / threats. Can you do me a favor and just, take it down for the time being until it kind of, calms down? And I said, not a problem. So right there, I already knew he was already watching my shit. So JP, let's hear a response to that video that I made and that we're about to play, because I think it's funny, and I really think, JP, one day we can laugh about it, because I think it is funny. Let's let everybody check it out. Good morning. There's the link for you if you guys want to have it. Let me know in chat, Elmo, Mad TV, Stewart, or neither, once we start checking it out.
Offender in custody.
I don't think he's feeling any grief here. We're not hearing it in his voice. His voice, he's under the impression when you're sad that your voice goes way high. Quite often it drops low and you can't speak. And when it's that high, it breaks too much. His voice is way too clean for this.
He didn't see that video of him crying.
He didn't see him giving.
He didn't see that video of him crying with the ants.
He didn't see that video of him fake crying, giving me that plaque.
No, we saw a video of him crying. A real cry is when he had them ants on him while he was on the grass when he was talking like Stewart from Mad TV.
Yeah.
Hi,
Exactly.
It's like, what, bro? That's what he was doing. I can't wait any longer here. Right here.
JP, you all right?
JP,
This is a cry, okay?
you all right, man? You okay? Huh?
This is a real cry, okay? Not that you want to talk real and fake. This is real.
You okay? What's the matter? Huh? What's the matter?
I can't even stand that.
Yeah, see how that guy's wrong? He said, usually when you cry, this is why I stopped and this is why I said what I said. When he said, well, usually when you cry, it gets deeper, not higher. And that's why I was like, you ain't seen him cry, have you? This is him crying, okay? Trust me, it gets a lot higher, y'all. Just wait.
Sounds like a little bitch.
Just wait.
Oh, okay.
Just wait.
Oh, I didn't just say that, did I? I didn't just say that. Oh, Elmo.
Okay.
Hey, there you go. It sounds like Elmo.
Sorry, what?
It sounds like Elmo. They just pegged it. Detective Golden there.
Trust me, you
Elmo,
gotta
that's
listen
an
to
Elmo.
it.
Maybe he is Elmo.
It's 7 minutes of gold. Trust me. It's gold. This
Coming. Okay.
If y'all don't know Stewart from Mad TV, look it up. It's right there.
So, is your medication something they gave you? Yeah.
Can you imagine a pastor at church having this video out there?
You
I
want
mean,
to make sure Mark's coming?
it cracks me up.
Sorry, go ahead. I couldn't hear
It
you.
cracks my ass up, man.
Look at look.
My
This is what I'm
God.
saying. This is okay. This is what I'm saying right here. Watch.
Banister! Don't slide down the banister. Everything I do is that's we're going for that.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Oh my God. Killing me.
But somebody's called him, right? Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Stewart.
Hey, JP. Huh? He was like, there's ants on you?
Wow.
Because you'll injure your cuckoo, and that's all that I'm going for that.
What kind of medicine do they have you on?
I mean, people pick on me by laugh, but I mean that's I've never heard a cry like that. I can't. That's an Elmo. Is that Elmo?
Because you'll injure your cuckoo, and that's all that some men have going for that.
Oh,
Dude, my freaking chest is hurting. Oh my! I mean, I got a goofy laugh. I will admit, I got a giggle laugh, but I mean, I've never cried like that. I mean, never, ever.
That's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, it's Stuart from Mad TV, y'all. Oh gosh. Oh shit, this is crazy.
Do I need to call 911?
Yeah, you need to call.
Do I need to call the medics?
I need to get to Jesus. Yeah, you need Jesus, all right.
Your cuckoo, and that's all that some men have going for that.
It's the same thing. Wait a minute, that's the same. That's the same character. I don't. You could try to convince me, but that I think he's actually that character because that's the exact same laugh.
Hey, both like Back to the Future and Spider-Man. We probably like Mad TV too.
Oh, he's got to be a Mad TV fan. So, you know, he wants to gaslight the family. You know, it's like, all right, we'll just have a little fun. Now, Robbie Harvey had a video yesterday and said that JP Miller actually sent him a video as a response. I guess sent it directly to him, responding to what he was saying. But I watched it. I don't know. I was kind of half asleep when I watched it. I don't know what the response was, but I figured we'd check this out. It's JP has 5 videos out there. He's got part 1, 2, 3. Then there's a part 4A and B. So there was 5 videos out there. Now there's the 6th, and it was sent to Robbie Harvey. If we want to check that one out.
Okay.
See what he says. Pitch perfect, right? Ever since I seen the video, I was like, that's Stuart, Mad TV Stuart. It's really foggy today. Good morning, Katrina. Real foggy. I'm gonna get me some Hardee's. Man, I already got a ton of bugs on my windshield too. wish I had a camper.
Video responding to accusations from the Francis family.
Okay, today we're going to deal with 3 Francis family figment fibs. Okay. Crazy. The first one is they said that I put Micah in a mental institute. Out of all the times that she's been in a mental institute, I personally don't remember one single time that I did it. Every single time that I can remember, and we'll look at her record soon, every single time that I remember was either a doctor, different doctors that she was seeing, it was her putting herself in one, or it was through an emergency room. But that's the only times I can remember. Her sister, Sierra, I think she put on the affidavit that I had sex with my wife or made her have sex with me in front of people in the hospital. It sounds like a Jerry Springer, event every time I deal with them. But no, I've never even been in a hospital room ever with
That's
my
so
wife.
sad.
2017, when she had her augmentation, I was there at the where there's like 50 other people in this where they prepare you for surgery, that kind of thing. The times that I visited her in the mental institute, they don't let you go in the rooms. It's one big visiting area where all the families see the people that are in there all at the same time. So that was a total lie. The third lie was they said that I made her get a breast augmentation in 2017. I didn't. In fact, I even emailed her at the time telling her I didn't agree with it. I didn't think it was a good idea, but Micah said it's my body and I can do what I want to do. And if you know Micah, she will always do what she wants to do. And that year she worked at a car dealership making like $85,000. And so she did everything she wanted to do, bought everything she wanted to buy. And that's one of the things that she chose to do, not me. And you'll find that when her medical records come out, that even her own doctor told her to stay away from her family. That's right. Her own doctor told her that it was bad for her mental health to be around her sisters. Find out why later on.
In an interview yesterday on News Nation, Michael Francis has responded to the latest rash of videos from John Paul Miller.
He's just using these things to gaslight the public in hopes that they will forget the explosive thing that occurred on 27th of April, where I will always know where I was at, and my family will always know where we were. And he's just using this as a distraction to try to gain support, etc. And he's going to be, he's already used some things that are what he would say would be damning towards us that Micah said. And it's just simply her being in under duress and her telling us that. She told us that all the communications that we've been receiving from her during their times of trouble was her under duress, just trying to say what he wanted her to hear so that he would calm down. You know, when you're faced with violence just because you tell the truth, when you're harassed enough times that the police should have arrested him already, there's enough charges. He has broken the law under the current the law as it is. He has harassed her more than 2 times in a 90-day period, and he needs to go to jail right now for that. He needs to be at least charged for it, at least have to deal with that, instead of making silly videos where he thinks some hero images and stuff will be a good idea.
A lot of finger pointing and back and forth. And the Francis family maintains that John Paul Miller is responsible for the death of his wife. But John Paul Miller continues to suggest that there's somebody else responsible for her passing.
But when I get to court, I'm going to show you that the world is round, and you're going to be shocked at some of the things that you see that Micah says. And we're going to find out actually who is responsible for my wife's death. And Micah will have justice when it's all said and done, and I'm going to make sure of it.
While this back and forth goes on, the FBI continues their investigation.
Well, I think when he says he's gonna let everybody know. The way that I took it is that he's gonna just tell people that she was the one responsible. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I think that as well.
And when it comes to the Jerry Springer comment, that's probably how they feel with his ass. Every time they have to deal with him, it's a Jerry Springer episode. And when it comes to the comment about Micah's sister claiming JP forced Micah to do those things, this is stuff from conversations and journal writings. And I don't remember them ever saying that he was forcing her to do those things in the hospital. I never heard of that in the hospital.
I also haven't heard that.
So I don't know where he's getting that. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I thought he was supposed to drop these reasons already.
Right.
So I don't know when that's supposed to happen. So I don't know what he was necessarily responding to Robbie Harvey about. I think it was in more response to the family, because he said it was the Francis family. What did he call it? Francis family. It was all F's. FFFF. Figment Factory or something like that. Figment Fibs. I just can't.
Sorry,
It makes
I'll be faster. I keep getting calls. I just have to see what's going on. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. It makes you wonder, like, the 5 times, and you should be charged after 2. Makes you wonder if shit was done the way it should be, would things be different? Would things be different? And when it comes to her doctor telling her that she needed to stay away from the family, and that she was saying that, but the doctor was telling her. What's up, Patricia? The doctor was even telling her she should stay away from her family. Well, we all know, and we've all discussed, and we've kind of just started to get into it, about all the manipulation and the connections between the facilities and the professionals. And so, if they're already connected to JP, well, why wouldn't they continue to promote that narrative? When you have a loved one in there, and they're, oh yeah, look at these messages, doctor. You're talking, my wife, I just feel like if she wasn't around her family, this would have never happened. Look at the text messages, and then they get all sucked into it too. Right, Patricia? It's all gaslighting, right? It's all gaslighting. check out the video. I got a part 1 and a part 2, and I'm sure we're going to have some more of how he uses the dirt against you. Interesting stories. That's right, Patricia. That is correct. Yes, we've gone into that as well. Randall and his daughter. Isn't it interesting? And then you listen to you check out the part 1 and 2 of those. How he uses dirt against members and how it works. And all the connections to all the different places. Oh yeah, trust me, and it's not just with JP, Patricia. It goes all the way back to Papa Miller. Randall is connected all the way back to Papa Miller and a lot of the stuff that was going on there. Oh yeah. Before JP was even mixed up with Randall, it was Papa Miller. Mr. Wayne was mixed up with Randall first. And Randall's kind of like an uncle to JP, looking out for him like he would his own child. Katrina. Oh yeah, there's a lot of connections there. A lot of connections. You see how they do it. They have you come in, oh hey, you're having some issues. Sit down with our counselors. You don't need to go over there. You can sit down here and you can talk to our counselors. We have our own programs that you can do. So then they learn all the problems and they learn what they can use to more of a gap between the two in the Oh yeah, what he did to Micah, he was already practicing with other people. He was already practicing with other people. Learn your dirty secrets. Learn what they can use against you or not. And it's kind of crazy with the sermons too. Oh yeah. They have a hand in ruining a lot of marriages.
Seems so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's like all these marriages, and isn't that crazy? 98% of the church left after they caught Micah and JP cheating. And it was the second time they got caught. The first time nobody said nothing. The second time they finally said something. There's a Dr. Todd Grande video that discusses, I think, behavioral analysis, I believe.
Let me get that.
I'd like to check that one out.
While you were doing the intro, I was quickly pre-saving all the links. So.
Aw.
Let me quickly go find.
It's beautiful today. Thank you, Patricia. Appreciate that. Good morning, servant. I'm just waiting for a Hardee's. Give me some Hardee's this morning. My stomach's empty. Usually I don't eat breakfast, but I didn't eat supper last night. So I'm starving. Oh, really, Katrina? That's right, Patricia. More of the, excuse me, more of the stuff from last night, huh?
Sorry that took so long. My brain froze and I couldn't find the video.
Oh, it's okay.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Micah Miller? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. Micah Miller was born on March 7, 1994, in Wichita, Kansas. In 2007, Micah, along with her mother, stepfather, and siblings, moved to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. At some point, it appears as though Micah developed bipolar disorder. This disorder is characterized by depressive and manic episodes. In 2009, Micah met a man named John Paul Miller, who had been married to a woman named Allison since the year 2000. Micah became a worship leader at the Solid Rock at Market Common Church, which John Paul founded and where he worked as pastor. She would regularly babysit John Paul's children. In 2012, Micah married a man named Jeremy. John Paul officiated this wedding. In 2015, John Paul's wife Allison filed for divorce, claiming that she discovered that John Paul was having an affair with Micah. Allison also made other claims about John Paul. She implied that he was a vigorous supporter of the sex worker industry and was not particularly concerned about age restrictions when interacting with female members of the church. After divorcing Jeremy, Micah married John Paul. This was in 2017, when Micah was 23 years old and John Paul was 37. Not surprisingly, the marriage between Micah and John Paul broke down. In October 2023, Micah filed for divorce for the first time. On February 8, 2024, Micah was admitted to a mental health treatment facility. She claimed that when she was discharged from the hospital on February 10, she discovered that John had taken the keys to her vehicle and was driving it. She reported to the police that her vehicle had been stolen, but nothing was done about it because Micah was married to John Paul. They both had access to that vehicle. This same month, February, Micah's divorce filing from October 2023 was withdrawn. Not long after this, John Paul filed for separate support and maintenance. On March 11, 2024, Micah made a report to the police saying that she heard a pop while driving and noticed metal protruding from her tire. The police discovered that some type of tire deflation device had been used, which could be purchased online. Micah accused a specific man of causing the damage, but the man's name was redacted from the police report. The case did not move forward because there was insufficient evidence. A few hours later, Micah made a second report to the police, saying that the same man pulled up next to her at a gas station and tried to talk to her. As if this wasn't bad enough, Micah also reported that when she had the damaged tire repaired at a Honda dealership, mechanics found a GPS tracking device attached to her vehicle. The next day, March 12, John Paul's filing from February was dismissed. On March 18, Micah posted a video on Facebook saying she was going through a lot. On March 22, she posted a video offering help to people trapped in a relationship characterized by mistreatment. Next to the video, she wrote, quote, "Please share this with anyone struggling with leaving a dangerous situation because they think God will be mad at them," unquote. On April 8, Micah filed a police report in Myrtle Beach saying that John Paul posted a topless photo of her online. On April 15, 2024, Micah filed for separation. 10 days later, John Paul was served with divorce papers. Now moving to the timeline of the incident. On Saturday, April 27, 2024, at 2:54 p.m., a woman called 911 in Robeson County, North Carolina. She asked the operator if her phone could be located because she was going to bring an end to her own life and wanted her family to find her body. The woman disconnected the call, and the operator was unable to reach her. The location of the phone was the Lumber River State Park in Orem, North Carolina. This is about an hour and 20 minutes north of where Micah lived in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The police and state park rangers searched the area and found a black Honda Accord in the parking lot. The vehicle was registered to Micah Miller. In the passenger seat, there was a case for a Sig Sauer pistol. In the center console, there was a box of ammunition. 2 receipts were found in the vehicle, one for the pistol, indicating that it had been purchased from a pawn shop. The other receipt was from a convenience store. Both purchases occurred that same day. As the police continued to search the area, a man who had been fishing approached them, saying that he heard someone crying, followed by a gunshot. After this, he found a bag near the edge of the water. Micah's identification was in this bag. At 4:23 p.m., a witness called 911 and stated there was a body in the water. The police investigated and found the body of Micah Miller, along with a pistol that matched the case, which was found in her Honda Accord. The police were able to piece together what happened that day. At 11:38 a.m., Micah left her residence. She arrived at a pawn shop in Myrtle Beach at 12:12 p.m. She left at 12:34 p.m. after purchasing the pistol and ammunition. At 1:27 p.m., her black Honda Accord arrived at a store in Mullins, South Carolina. She left at 1:35 p.m. after buying gasoline and a drink. And of course, her last call occurred at 2:54 p.m. She called 911, as I mentioned. Micah's phone was recovered by investigators. She had searched the term National Parks Near Me. The search returned the result of Lumber River State Park. Again, this is where her body was found. As the police continued their investigation, they learned that Micah and John Paul were separated and involved in the court system. Allegedly, John Paul had been romantically involved with another woman. On April 27 at 2:22 p.m., 32 minutes before Micah called 911, John Paul's vehicle was observed in Horry County, South Carolina. This placed him over an hour from Lumber River State Park. John Paul was nowhere near Micah when she died. On April 28, John Paul made an announcement at his church saying that his wife had died and he was going to take a little break. On May 5, 2024, this little break became a big break because John Paul was relieved of his position as pastor. It's not clear if he wanted that to happen or if this was adverse to his will. His removal from this position does not appear to be permanent, at least not yet. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Due to John Paul's alleged bad behavior, this case has generated a tremendous amount of controversy. Many people believe that John Paul caused the tragic ending. Some people have even suggested he was somehow directly involved in Micah's death, which is something the police said did not happen. Again, John Paul was nowhere near Micah when she died. Furthermore, Micah was captured on video surveillance purchasing a pistol, and she called 911. Distress caused by John Paul may have been on Micah's mind, but there is no doubt that Micah was the shooter. She acted alone on the day she died. Item number 2. In the time leading up to her death, Micah made many accusations against John Paul. Here are just a few examples. Micah told family members that if she were to be found dead, John Paul was responsible. She even specifically made a reference to a bullet striking her head. Micah claimed that John Paul groomed her from when she was a teenager until they married in 2017. She claimed this started when she was 10 years old, but at that point, she did not know John Paul. Perhaps she meant it started in 2010. Micah wrote a letter to her attorney indicating that John Paul mistreated her in every way possible. For example, physically, emotionally, and financially. He allegedly hacked her email and Facebook accounts, took her phone and sent text messages and emails to church members pretending to be her, and planted 3 different tracking devices on her vehicle. Micah claimed that John Paul posted a topless photo of her online. In an email, John Paul appeared to admit doing this. He wrote, quote, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet. It was for less than 1 hour and immediately taken down. I was hurt that you are telling everyone horrible, intimate details of my past sin, and I just wanted to try and hurt you. Please forgive me. It was evil of me to do that," unquote. John Paul appeared to admit putting GPS trackers on her vehicle and apologized for causing damage to her vehicle. An attorney for Micah's sister claimed that John Paul mistreated Micah by taking away phones, blocking access to money, and trying to gain control over her. The attorney said, quote, "Every time she tried to leave him, he would harass and stalk her to the point she just felt like she had to give up and go back," unquote. It's worth noting that John Paul's attorney denied allegations that John Paul had ever mistreated Micah. In addition to all these accusations, John Paul had some prior run-ins with law enforcement. For example, reportedly, years earlier, he had been convicted of aggravated assault. Item number 3. During a memorial service for Micah on May 5, 2024, John Paul offered a bizarre and rambling eulogy. He said that he visited her body 4 times, and on one occasion, tried to raise her from the dead. It sounded like he was suggesting that he had the power of a deity. Later, when he was at a shopping mall, John Paul saw a woman who looked like Micah. For a moment, he thought he had successfully resurrected her. The woman turned out to be one of Micah's sisters. When talking about his time being married to Micah, John Paul made many positive statements about her, but he slipped in a lot of comments that were connected to bipolar disorder symptoms. For example, he said that Micah would talk for hours on end and change the subject frequently. She was excitement-seeking and liked dangerous activities, and she had an endless source of grandiose ideas, most of which she would forget about quickly. There is the sense that John Paul was trying to get in a few shots during the eulogy. Also, he may have wanted people to know that his wife had a mental disorder because it would tend to discredit her allegations against him. On top of all these odd behaviors, John Paul also behaved in an unrealistic and overly dramatic fashion during the eulogy. He made facial expressions that were inconsistent with sadness, and there did not appear to be tears when he cried. Item number 4. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. John Paul is self-centered, grandiose, arrogant, manipulative, deceptive, attention-seeking, thrill-seeking, shallow, overconfident, charismatic, and exceedingly creepy. He falsely believes that he is special, has a sense of entitlement, and lacks empathy. When Micah was young and working in his church, John Paul allegedly had an affair with her. Their relationship was born out of poor judgment. Micah was more vulnerable to this because of her bipolar disorder symptoms. She was excitement-seeking and impulsive. John Paul probably seemed larger than life, maybe even as amazing as the deity who he thought he was. John Paul had a wide assortment of manipulation tactics at his disposal, but Micah's bipolar disorder symptoms made her reactions to manipulation efforts inconsistent and undesirable. John Paul was trying to maintain control, but he had no understanding of her mental health symptoms. He could not adjust his tactics accordingly. Certain things that John Paul did could have exacerbated Micah's symptoms. For example, if somebody is already paranoid, putting GPS tracking devices on their vehicle is only going to make that paranoia stronger. Unfortunately, Micah was unable to cope with both her mental health symptoms and the alleged mistreatment from John Paul. After the tragedy, John Paul desperately wanted to attribute Micah's allegations and her death solely to her mental illness. Some traction was obtained because some of Micah's claims did not make a lot of sense, but John Paul could not explain all of them away. It's true that his wife struggled with psychosis, but she had evidence to support some of her allegations. I doubt that John Paul will ever truly be held accountable. His strategy for moving forward is direct. He will simply wait for the controversy to dissipate and resurface as a pastor. Now, moving to my final thoughts. People who suffer from bipolar disorder are at an elevated risk of being harmed. Often the danger comes from the symptoms of depression and mania, but it is not limited only to those symptoms. One significant but insidious risk is a tendency to have romantic relationships with people who are toxic, uncaring, and unsupportive. This is kind of like building a house on the sand. Micah Miller found herself attracted to and then trapped by a pernicious pastor who promised to be a solid rock, but turned out to be a false deity. Those are my thoughts in the case of Micah Miller. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always generate an interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found my analysis. Thanks for watching.
I want to know what he said in the beginning. You said in the beginning that there was the same car that had to do with the flat tire was the same car that drove up next to her to try and talk to her. Does anybody know what car he's talking about? And what date that was?
Are you when he was referring to the
car that pulled up next to her to try and talk to her?
Okay, yeah, because the name, it was the same person, but the name was redacted. But I didn't know much about the car.
I wonder what kind of vehicle it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
When did he say when the date? When the date of that was? Or does anybody know? The links, servant, the links are always shown on the screen for anybody that's curious. It was Dr. Todd Grande. You can scroll up just a skosh in the chat. You'll be able to click on the link for his page. That's what we do here. We always display the links of all the people that we check out. Also, we don't play like members onlys and stuff like that, because we respect other creators. Whether we agree with them or not, we always respect. Unlike some people last night that wanted to enjoy one of my members only, even though it's a members only and they're not a member.
Mm-hmm.
We always respect, whether we agree or not. Unfortunately, some other people, they claim to do work, but I don't know. When you gotta watch somebody else's members only video for work, I don't know what kind of work that is. And when you have a paralegal in chat that doesn't even understand the term of what is a threat, should they even be a paralegal, right? If you don't know Law 101 terms and what they mean, should you even be a paralegal? Just thought I'd mention that. You got people taking screenshots of the cement bags claiming they found them, having a paywall behind a live to promote fake, and then you have other people that play members only lives as quote work for their content, and then you got paralegals that don't even know Law 101 terms, what they mean. So it's a shit show out there, y'all. I'm glad y'all are hanging out here. We appreciate you. There's no shit shows over here.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not.
Yeah, I want to know more about that. When that was. Do you know, Katrina? Otherwise, I want to. There's got to be a. And another thing that was interesting. When was she diagnosed as bipolar?
Yeah, that I'm not sure.
I mean, because in our conversations with Tom, he always referred to the mental health issues, and he says that he told us that there was never any signs of that when she was married to Jeremy. So
yeah, I think I don't want to I don't know, misunderstand what Dr. Grande is saying, but I'm thinking that he might have been trying to say that there were certain behaviors related to did he say thrill-seeking behaviors, maybe relating to the affair? I don't know. Because, I mean, obviously he even said he can't diagnose somebody. So I don't know if there was an official diagnosis or a reliable diagnosis of bipolar.
Yeah, that's why. Well, a couple things. If it was, Patricia, I'm sure it was from one of the doctors that is connected.
Exactly.
That's how they do that shit. I even was telling Tom. It makes me wonder with the in-home counseling services, and if people were being combative about not being the way that they should, it also, even wives, it made me wonder, did they send these people to those facilities to get them on substances to try and make it easier for them to stay in line? Let's drug them up so we can try. If we, we can't influence you enough when you're sober, so we need to get substances in you so our influence works, because it won't work without it. So they.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think that that has to really be looked at before saying she had any kind of disorder. Like, it can be written somewhere, but
Well, maybe
you
she
know,
did get diagnosed. That's what I'm saying.
exactly.
I don't
Yeah.
know if there was a diagnosis or not.
But even if it was, like, how reliable is it?
Well, I mean, yeah, because I don't know that when you hear the stuff from Allie, the ex-wife, before Micah, you know, the affairs, the fact that she knew that he had a problem using paid sexual, you know, workers, had a habit, and how bad it was. I mean, I can't. Oh my gosh, gross. Number one, that's just gross. Where you have a wife and then you're, regardless if you're paying for it or not, it's just gross when you're a spouse at home, whether you're, you know, male, female, whatever, and the other spouse is out there doing that, and then, you know, it's, yeah, I don't know, it's just, what do you do and make, like, you can't even, like, however you, like, I doubt he was checking everybody's health history and making them get a test, or like, I don't know, it's just gross. And then you hear of all the stuff that she was explaining to the family, and then in the journals and stuff, and it's like, maybe they convinced her or manipulated it to, she just screaming for help. Yeah, I want to know if there was an actual diagnosis or not, and what medical professional did it.
Yeah. Also, I checked the transcript and he didn't give a date.
Okay.
That you asked for. He just mentioned the date that she made the complaint, but not when it happened.
What's up, Gigi? Let me see here. Huh, that's weird. My phone's not getting a signal. It says no connection, but I have phones, so I've never seen that before.
Katrina, the complaint about where she was explaining about the tires.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know more about that car that pulled up next to her there had to be a description. Like maybe they redacted the name. I wonder if there is a copy out there that's not redacted, or a report that isn't redacted. Also, there's got to be a description of the vehicle. They're not gonna like ask them, hey, who was it, and not ask what the vehicle make, model, color. So that's got to be in the report. Vehicle description of the person, even if they redacted the name.
Okay, I'm making a note to find out, and then Katrina says she does have some records. And you have a contribution call out from Jennifer.
Aw, thank you, Jennifer.
$5, and it says, "Good morning, CJ."
Aw, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for the contribution, and good morning to you too. It's a beautiful morning.
What time of the morning is it now?
6:35. 6:35 right now. I'm not sure where the time zone change is, but
I don't know how you guys cope with that.
it's normal.
In my country, the time is the time everywhere. One time.
One time. Yeah, not here. Not here. 7:35 over there. Yeah, I'll be heading to the East Coast or Eastern time zone here soon. Not sure where it changes, but my phone will update when it does. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Every little bit helps when I'm out here doing these trips because these efforts are funded through the community, and it means everything, and it allows me to be able to and help. It really does help me be able to do this stuff. It's a lot of work, especially right now. Usually we're only driving a couple hours, to a community or something. These are a little different. These are 14-hour drives, and not just there for the day or two. We're there for extended periods of time. So every little bit does help. It does make a difference. Makes it an opportunity for the future to be able to continue. I do plan on being at every single protest for Micah, so it is a little more than usual, but when you're doing the right thing and you're doing it for others, you just kind of, like I'm doing right now, you just grab the wheel and go as long as you can. Oh, I'm definitely getting Hardee's this morning, Jen. I haven't had Hardee's in a long time. It's been a long time since I had Hardee's. Good morning. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. All right, now it looks like I got... Nope. For some reason, it says my phone doesn't have service. My other one, not this one I'm streaming. The one I use, my GPS. All right, there we go.
Do you want to watch the mystery project? That's quite a long one. Or do you want to go back over the Fisherman stuff?
Yeah, let's play. I'm going to have to reach out to JLR because I really want to talk to him about the Fisherman stuff, I really do. Because I know, I don't know, we kind of have our own feelings about the story, and oh, hold on. About the story. And how it doesn't make sense, with the footage. The layout. That's one of the things I'm going to be doing when I do this trip is I'm going to be trying to, how do I put this? it doesn't make sense already, and I'm going to be putting more of the sense not being made into it with other footage. But when you know, with JLR and his team, they feel it's legit and he's telling the truth, and so it's like, well, I kind of would like to hear their side and why they feel that way, because who knows, maybe when I hear their side, maybe I'll see where they're coming from. But at the same time, maybe footage could help maybe make it not make sense for other people. So I don't know. I'd like to have that conversation. What's up, hanging with Heather? I don't need to stop for gas, but damn, that gas is so cheap. I'm just gonna keep going, I think. Yeah, we'll just keep going. It's cheap. Oh man, I'm tempted, but I'm so tempted because I just saw it for $3.39 and that's $2.97. I'm like, dang, that's cheap. That's cheap. Now we're going. Oh, there's a Hardee's. Okay, you know what? We're gonna stop and get gas. We'll get it for $3.02 because there's a Hardee's right there, and I'm stopping for Hardee's. So we're gonna go ahead and stop for gas. We're doing it. So just give me what?
I got such a fright there when you gasped like that at the accident.
Nope, I saw the sign. I'm like, oh, here we go. So just give me a few moments. If you want to, let me see. We can play one of my videos here while we're taking a break. Give me 1 second. Let me see. There's one I want to play for you guys here. Let's see. Hold on. Has everybody heard Tom's part? Because man, there's 7 8-hour shows, so I know you guys ain't able to hear it all. I want to kind of, it's the part 1 of how JP uses dirt against them, because I think with the conversation that we were just having about her mental health and counseling services and all this other stuff, I think it would be a good video to check out, where it's some clips from an episode a week ago that kind of like explain through his own story, that kind of like explain what was to come in a weird, odd way. Not only to other people, but then also using the same tactics against Micah. So if you don't mind, Rosie, if you can, in my video section, it's the part 1, how JP uses dirt against members, counseling, mind games.
Yep, it's right in chat. I'll share it now.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you all for joining. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. As we continue on to go on the road, we will be at the protest tomorrow morning, live and loud.
Offender custody.
Needed support that never came to fruition.
No, there wasn't any programs back there other than, just your normal, marriage, counseling and stuff like that, where people would, we would have groups that get together and share, marital type stuff to try to increase your marriage and, work on things.
Whoa. So you wouldn't so would they, okay, hold on. So would they encourage members to get counseling services through church members? And
there would be like little groups. I mean, we would go out to dinner and discuss things about how to improve your marriage and stuff like that. Yeah, it wasn't like a real set up design program. It was just kind of like these little groups of people would get together, and he would, pair people up to work on marriage things that are going on in the marriage, or what
so they would talk about really personal things that you would go to a health professional for.
Yeah, and he would offer up a paid, a free paid counselor that would talk to you about, strife in your marriage and stuff. Because I actually went to a couple of them, and I basically felt like the lady was tearing my ass apart, and I was like, this seems one sided here, and so I told her, go back. I ain't gonna talk to her anymore.
So it was. So basically, if you have problems, go talk to some of our own people. So then, really, he finds out your problems through back channels.
Well, it could be, yeah, actually, because some of those people that were doing those were higher up members that ran the church.
Yeah, because then they can funnel him the information. I wouldn't be surprised if he got reports about
your. That to light to me right now. That's probably what he was doing. And I didn't even think of that.
I bet you he got this. I bet you the reports that the counselors were filling out when you were having your sessions, I bet you he got copies of them.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, that's how naive I was back then. I didn't even think of that. And you just brought that to light to me right now.
Wow.
That's probably what those were about. Find out what's going on in marriage so I can use that against them. Because a few times I was sitting out, I wasn't ushering, and I was sitting with, up front with everybody. I mean, he started doing the sermon, and I'm like, is he talking about me?
What?
Yeah. Several times. It's like, he's talking about things that I have shared, but he's changed the scenario of the name or whatever it was. And I'm like, he's talking about what I just experienced and told somebody. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Several times that happened. I'm like, is he basically about my stuff here?
I bet you what I just brought up then makes you start to go back through all those times you felt that way during each one of those sermons. Your mind's probably going like,
back there. You just back there. I mean, it's a flashback.
Right. And you're probably going to each one of those that you felt, is he saying this? Like,
Absolutely. You just took me to a place I don't want to be, because that's probably what that was all about. It was just let's dig up the dirt. And that's what out now. Let's dig up the dirt on somebody, and people are talking about it even today, that John Paul had dirt on people, and if you don't do what I'm telling you I need you to do, I'm exposing that.
Scientology type shit. Really? They learn your dirty secrets and use them against you.
But you see how subtle that was? We were setting up little marriage counseling things at the church, and some of these people are members that are higher ranking, and they're actually just collecting strife in your marriage and using it on you to coerce you into doing what you need to do.
Can you imagine, like, at the time how your wife was feeling? That probably made her feel even more strongly about opposing what you're feeling even more when she's hearing him preach about it, because she probably felt the same thing. He's talking about us.
And not only that, he would hand out, he made CD packets of those classes. Yeah, he made up CD packets of I can't remember exactly, but they were made up to be part of the group and you were supposed to go home and listen to them so many times a day, and try to work on what those CDs were trying to tell you. You know, being respectful to your wife and taking time out, and all it's just kind of like programming you to believe something. And he would have 3-4 CDs in there that he would ask you to listen to. One CD for one part of the day, and then another CD for another part of the day, and so on. And then he had several different groups that were going on there, and he had CD packets, basically kind of brainwashing you. I would guess it would be, right? I mean, I think I still have some of those around here somewhere.
For real?
Yeah.
I was about to ask that if you still
What's
have.
that?
No, I was about to ask if you kept those CDs.
I think I still have some of those, yeah.
Ooh, I want.
And it would be 3 or 4 discs, and it would have, and there was other stuff going on at the church. It wasn't just like marriage and counsel; it was other stuff that he had set up these little groups, and he made CD packets for each group, and you were supposed to follow the program of when to listen to them, when not to listen to them, stop playing them, and then have a discussion about it with your wife. Just a bunch of it was kind of weird. I wasn't really into it. Seemed strange.
What? It's like a exercise program where you got to fill out a freaking sheet each time you watch the bit. What?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Did you have to turn it in? Did you have to turn it into?
You had to go back to the group and express how that went and what were your feelings and thoughts about it and all that stuff. Yeah.
What the hell, man?
Yeah. Kind of like the power and control wheel I posted. It was kind of set up like that on my TikTok. If you look at the power and control, it's basically kind of just getting into your head of this is how your marriage needs to be. And I mean, I found it kind of odd actually, and then going back and sharing that with couples that you really didn't hang out with that much, that really didn't know anything about you, but now they do.
What the hell, man?
It wasn't really. It was structured like that, and that it was kind of weird because the first time I did it, we went out. We went out to dinner, and we're eating dinner, and we're talking about marital crap and strife and sharing, intimate stuff.
It's kind of like the same thing. Think about it, Thomas. Think about this. You just said there was times where you were attending service and you were like, oh wow, are they talking about me, right? And now listen, they were using your own, but he just didn't say who you were like he did with Micah. He basically was doing the same thing, but then just added Micah's name into it.
Exactly.
Was he saying these when you said that you felt like he was saying these things about you? Was this during the time period where you felt like he was trying to push you away? Like if he would have talked to these other,
basically, dehumanize you because other people would probably, like the people we had the marriage stuff with would know that we talked about that with them. So when he's talking about it up on stage, he basically used that information, if that's what was happening then, and then talk about it on the stage and just twist, don't mention the exact names, but the storyline matches up to what I share, and
this is what I'm
same thing with Micah,
this is where I'm coming from though. What I'm saying is what if, okay, because everybody knew he was talking about Micah, right? When he was doing those sermons. He's trying to get the public opinion to go against away Micah because he felt like she was going to be an issue, right? But where I'm coming from, but where I'm coming from is where I'm at. Why I'm asking you if it was during the time that he was trying to push you away, because what if he was telling everybody else but you about you? And then he's on the pulpit preaching about you, trying to get the public opinion about you. Oh, you see what I'm saying?
I do believe that was going on then. Yes. I do believe that, because I felt tension in the church. You know, in the beginning, I was welcomed by everybody, and then the next thing you know, I'm feeling like he knew I didn't fit in, because I always confronted him on stuff. So I did start feeling like an outsider, and I wasn't looked at as a welcome servant there anymore. You know.
Mm-hmm. So when he's up there preaching about you, you just don't know he's preaching about you. Everybody else does.
Well, I kind of did know. I was like, you know, the story of the sermon sounded just like what I shared with somebody, you know. So I did feel that. I felt like he just switched the name, and he's talking about my issues that I'm having, you know.
That's interesting. Yeah. What's the best way to get the public opinion against you?
Well, he was
to
doing
make
that.
You feel uncomfortable enough to leave. If
Well,
they
the
can't
last
kick
few
you out.
sermons of Micah, that's what he's sharing with the congregation about his marriage, and trying to get the public opinion on she's not normal, and this is what's going on. And I didn't do anything. I tried to get her help. So he's brainwashed the whole congregation that Micah is the problem, and he's the good guy. You know, I did everything I could do to help her.
Bullshit.
But what he did was he preached about tearing Micah apart and her issues, and that it's her, and she just, you know, I did everything,
right.
You know, and then when she turned to the congregation and people that she's probably pretty friendly with, they turned their back on her because they believed him,
right?
And they didn't help her.
Yeah, make somebody uncomfortable enough to leave.
She was begging for help. I mean, to reach out to people, like, you know, the whole congregation, and they turned their back, or nobody stepped up and said, "Listen, come to my house, come stay with me. Let's work through this together. I'll help you in any way I can." I feel really bad, but they're brainwashed, and they're believing the pastor, everything is coming off his lips, when we know that's not the case, you know.
And imagine how powerful the message is when, you know, just like you know, like, oh, she needed help. She wasn't getting her medicine. She had a hard time getting her medicine, and you're mixing that with a sermon.
And he's preparing their minds for the ultimate issue that we're talking about right now. He's prepared them to stick on his side because it was Micah, not me.
Using emotions to pull your heartstrings to cloud your judgment is what it is.
So he's got 700 people. Apparently, that's the number that was going. You know, the members of the church. He's got 700 people that she could not turn to get support, that she thought were family. You know, because he basically tore her apart up there on the pulpit, and
because everybody thought she really was mentally sick, but I don't know.
But you see but he started way back. She left in 2023, so he had a whole year to condition his congregation that the marriage is failing because she had a mental problem and mental illness, and I tried to get her help, and I'm a good guy, and I did everything I need to do. And now she's not here. And she reached out to that church and got no help. I mean, you know, that's coming from the father, you know, her biological father. You know, she reached out to those people, and they turned their back on her.
And you know, being the pastor's wife, you know how close she had to be to all these people too. You know,
she probably ate dinner and shared bread with them everyone,
more than anybody else. Like, she would know them.
Was a giver, and she would give even when she didn't have it. She really cared about it. You were struggling. You know what I mean? She cared, and people were connected to her, and he had a whole year to disassemble that, because she went into the hospital, she got her senses, she couldn't live with everything that she was seeing, because she was pure and genuine, and it went on long enough, and she got the courage to step out and not even a year later, she's not with us because she was going to step out and expose him and take everything away that she basically built, and she didn't even want any of it.
Well, I mean, you hear from all the friends how she was talking about these future plans and how she had high hopes. You hear the interview from I think it was News Nation with the dad, where he's talking about she told him she was getting the gun for safety,
and she was, because I mean he's intimidating. He's a threatenable kind of, you know, he's an intimidating guy. He has several different ways to hurt you, you know, and he has pretty high-ranking friends in the area. I mean, he's several people with millions that, you know, can steer him in the right direction and get him tear her apart. And that's basically what happened. He tore her down so bad. She was, you know, that's why in the pawn shop when she's purchasing, she's looking all around, and if you look at her eyes, she's just beaten down, scared to death. That's the visual I get when I look at her in that pawn shop.
You know, everybody keeps talking about the pawn shop video. You know?
Well, I mean, you know, people are commenting, and it looks like she had black eyes and stuff. Like, no, she looked like she just wasn't sleeping. She was looking over her shoulder constantly, being threatened. I mean, you just watched the video at the car dealership when her tire got flattened by him. And he's out there, you know, running his mouth that he's going to post nude photos and post them online. And she's, you know, you're going to jail. You're going to, I mean, that, you know, he's like, he didn't even care. He posted it up. I mean, that's how ballsy he was. He went home and posted those photos. Oh, I only did it for an hour. Well, 1 hour, posted nude photos.
Yeah, once they're out there, they're out there. You know?
It's yeah. I mean, click, click, click. It's done, you know? It just amazes me. I can't even imagine what she was going through, you know.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about this mental health facility, and then you're talking about we were previously talking about other, you know, kind of how it works with sending to counseling and doing all these other things. Now, when we were talking today about the in-home, I'm going to call it in-home counseling services to kind of keep, because really, if you guys think about it, if you're telling, what if there's a situation of abuse, right? Then the counseling services that you have to go to, there's a responsibility to report certain things, right? But if you're reporting it to your own congregation, they don't have to say shit. It's almost like the Amish, where they keep everything in house. They don't want that going out.
Well, even at the clinic, I mean, if you got, you know, if you got Charles Randall that's associated with the clinic, and he's talking her into going to that clinic, and then you got his daughter that actually works at the clinic. Doesn't matter what you're telling them, they're going to diagnose you with a mental illness.
Yeah, and it made me wonder, is that when they're like, I have two new questions. Number one, how many people at that church were prescribed health medication for mental issues? Number one.
Well, you got
how many people had prescriptions? Yeah, because to me, it seemed like they probably sent everybody that they wanted to have some kind of influence beyond, you know, they needed some extra help with some substance to then try and get that person to then follow along.
Well, look at this narrative here. I mean, you got a separation in 2023 of Micah leaving JP. He's got a whole year to preach up there about his marriage and her mental illness, and then gets her committed to that facility. And you got your best ally is Charles Randall, that's associated with that clinic, and his daughter works there. I mean, what do you think's going to happen? So everything he preached about is going to come to light and be true, because you got people that are affiliated with that clinic that's misdiagnosing her and trying to
telling
convince
you
that she's mentally ill.
Yeah, convincing you that, honey, you're mentally ill. Here, let me prescribe this for you, and and then that's so sad, man. She had to feel so alone because not only she had to have woken up to all that too, like all these people I was confiding in and trusting in. She had to feel so alone, man.
Yeah.
All of these people she's sharing personal things, thinking that they really care. To find out that all of these people were stabbing you in the back the whole time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh.
CJ, are you there? Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I think it's network issues. Can you guys hear me okay? Network issues. And Katrina, I started that message for CJ to check mod chat later or when he gets a moment, but I'll also check it now. When CJ's back. You guys hear me? Okay. Yeah. CJ will be back soon. Hope you're all doing good. Thank you for your patience. So that highlight that we just watched of CJ's, I think, was a really good. Also to watch after the Dr. Grande analysis as well. It helps to have all of those videos back to back. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, we've heard that, people were saying that she didn't have, these issues until she married JP. I don't know. It's difficult to know, but in her photo. Thank you, Katrina. I'll check that shortly. Thank you so much. CJ is heading back. To make sure he's at the protest as well. Myrtle Beach. He's just having some network issues. He will be right back. You guys are all up early. Thank you for joining. That's true, Tiffany, and that's really, really, the saddest part. She was really young as well. And you can see she was a beautiful soul. Thanks again for your patience, everyone. CJ's having some network issues. I'm going to find out now if everything's all right, but he's driving, so you know how it goes. It's reception and stuff. But thanks for your patience. He'll be right back. Okay, so I did try and reach CJ, but I think because there's a poor signal, it's not even, the call's not going through. So sorry about that, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. And CJ will be back as soon as he can. You know how it goes. It's really difficult when you're driving as well and trying to run a show. So we really appreciate your patience. Let me see about catching up on chat so long. Yes, and happy Saturday, everyone. Kid Kitty, that sounds really good. That sounds really, really good. There's CJ. Sort of. There you are. Sorry about that, everyone.
Hello?
You back?
Yeah, I'm in a real choppy area. If you want to play that part 2 while I get into a better area, you can. That way nobody's just sitting in silence there. Sorry, I'm still in a really choppy area. There must have been an accident or something, because it took me in a highway back road or something. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. It's pretty bad signal here. Shouldn't be too much longer. I think it's getting better. I apologize, everybody. I've never been down this road before. On this route, there must be an accident or something, and it rerouted.
Under custody?
A while, but don't believe anything that I say just because I say it. That's as foolish as you believing what they say just because they say it. You need to look for proof and truth. And so tonight we're going to deal with something that Michael Francis said. Micah, my wife, had 7 days. I think her mom's married 7 times. Michael Francis is the biological father, and
So he's talking about Micah Francis.
Okay, and he's also talking about. So there were some issues with the marriages and stuff, and that's kind of how Micah got, went and stayed at some other people's houses and ended up at that church. That's kind of what was going on back then. Okay.
What do you mean? Say that again.
The marriages and the unsettledness, and that's how Micah ended up here in Myrtle Beach and needing a place to stay. And that's kind of when she met JP, and he got her a place to stay with some families, and that's when that all, that kind of explains what was going on in the Francis family to have Micah become where she needed a place to stay when she was a teenager, because there was a lot of stuff going on with marriages and divorces and all that stuff.
Yeah, because we know that she went there
they weren't
at
battling.
13 or 14, right?
Yeah, they weren't battling, but it was just a lot of different unsettlement stuff,
right?
Because their parents are, they're pretty cordial to each other. It wasn't like they were fighting. It was just that the unsteadiness of of a solid family, and she ended up in Myrtle Beach and needed a place to stay. So, I had a young girl, and that's how that's how it all started. She ended up getting placed somewhere that he knew, and then he started saying, "Well, why don't you come to church?" And and then that's when it all started. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to mention that the mom was married 7 times, but he's focusing on the father, so he kind of slipped that in there real quick.
Yeah,
kind of like his sermons probably too. He liked to slip in people's dirt.
He's trying to show the
right?
Functional part of the family by throwing that in there.
Yeah, let's just throw that in there, kind of like in sermons. I'd imagine. I'm just going to throw somebody's dirt in there just to make it go,
that's
huh?
What he's doing. Yeah, planting.
Right. Little sarcastic, immature comments.
You're exactly right, and that's how he tears people apart.
Presents them off, slips them in, so you kind of go, huh? But then you're going back to what he's saying after that, or it's like a joke.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you there's dysfunction in the family and they don't get along.
Yeah. I put up a video earlier today of when you and me were talking last night about the counseling services and who's connected and how it all goes down, and how you can really, like you said, he had a whole year to preach to the congregation about her mental stability or lack thereof, and all of this stuff, just to get the narrative out there to push it to where it was possible to get her to go.
Yeah, you pointed it out to me, and it really didn't hit me until when you mentioned it last night. Those programs that he had set up, there was a couple different little programs he had. One was a marriage one, and he had CDs made up for it, and then there was some other things for relationship stuffs, and he made up CD packs, and you had a routine to listen to them, and then stop the CD, and then question your wife, and she can question you, and try to work through it. But really, you reported back to the people that were running each one of those programs, and I'm thinking, was that like a report card to go back to JP to find out what families were dysfunctional and what they were battling with, so he has a way to coerce you into, and I do believe
uses your dirt against you. Yeah,
the
mind games, using the dirt against you. That's why I made that video. If you guys want to check it out, if you didn't see that part, there's the link for it.
And it's so subtle, you don't even realize that's happening. Like even the paid for therapist lady, it's like Was that just to get each marriage family in there and find out which ones were dysfunctional and which ones were going to be a good? I mean, it's very possible that that's what was happening to us.
I mean, that would be.
He knew every little thing that was going on in my relationship. Is where I'm getting at it. I mean, I don't know for facts, but I'm just thinking that now that you mentioned it, maybe that's kind of how we.
Well, think about it this too. You know, you said he analyzes people really good, right?
The minute
you can analyze, but check this out. You could analyze somebody to the frickin' core when you have the report from your own counseling people, because you know these people's weaknesses and their strengths.
It's really, I mean, I was, you know what, until you mentioned that yesterday.
You know who you can manipulate. You know who you can't, to another level. You know who you can harass. You know who you can victimize.
Well, and you also
know who you can, I mean.
You also know which marriage is crumbling and gives him a loophole.
You know what ladies you can go after?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you have a man that's beyond a level of greeting you when you come into the door, man. When you get the reports from these own people, you know everybody's inner freaking soul without them knowing it, and you use it against them.
Let's talk about Susie Skinner and her quadriplegic husband there or whatever. They were going to him and they were friendly. I mean, because if you listen to some of the interviews, they were really close. And then he's gone, and he knows automatically, even before that he can move in on Susie, and that's what's been reported, that he was already dating her when he was alive, and he got pissed and got confronted him about it.
Think about it like this, ladies. You have some guy that knows the inner stuff going on in your marriage, right? And he has ulterior motives, and he comes in like some nice guy, a savior to save the day, when he knows what you don't think he knows, and he's using it against you, and all of a sudden he's got that connection to you because he knows where you need the Band-Aids.
Well, all of a sudden he's doing a sermon about you and telling the whole congregation.
He knows where you need the Band-Aids, and he knows how to heal you.
Yeah, go listen to the sermons, and you'll see. You could probably see the last few sermons, probably in the last year, that he's talking about families and personal experiences. He's preaching and telling on himself and destroying other marriages and families, and you just know that's what he's doing. I mean, you can hear it in the sermons. I mean, talking all about dysfunctional marriages and sexual stuff and all of that stuff, and he's probably talking about what was going on in some of these people's lives.
Come on, ladies. Like I said, even dudes.
I mean, when
nobody's 100%. We're all human. Okay, we're all human. It's when you make sure you don't put yourself in situations where you can fail. That's how you succeed, right? But if somebody knows your darkest Band-Aids and uses them,
you're getting a bunch of smoke screens.
Everybody can be manipulated already if somebody knows, especially with your marriage, and then can use that again, without you even knowing. You're sitting there thinking, oh, he's so nice and caring because he's taking care of this Band-Aid and he don't even know, when really he's like, I know what wounds to heal, so I look like a savior. Patricia, we're not saying JP was the counselor. If you check out the video that I dropped when we were having a conversation last night and a conversation before that, there's counselors, there's church members that are counselors for people in the church. What I'm saying, Patricia, is that, to me, my instinct tells me that those counselors give JP all the reports.
Yeah, because he asks you. He. This is how it plays out, and it's gonna make sense to you. You do the program, you get involved in these groups, and you do the CDs, and each packet you finish, JP comes in and gets to know how well did it work for you. He asks you questions about it. What are you still working on? What do you need to? What areas do you need?
What do you meet once a week? What do you meet once a week?
Every pack. It didn't. It could be every other day. I mean, however.
What? It could be every other day that you guys meet.
Well, I mean, you're working. No, listen, you're working on the CDs. So if you finish the first set, because there's probably like, if you're in the marriage thing, you get 3 sets of CDs and they're packets. It could be 3 CDs per each thing, right? So the first part of it's 3 CDs, then you get through that, you report back, and he gets involved because we all sit together and we talk about it, and he analyzes where you need to be, this and that. Then you go to the next set of CDs for the next part of the marriage thing, and then the next set, and he's made these sets out, okay. And he had different programs.
How long does each set take? How long would each set and each CD take? Each one.
Well, if you're very vigilant, you could probably get through one program in a week. I mean, if you and your wife have time to listen to all the CDs and actually have a discussion about it, and then report back, and then you have a group meeting, and then you analyze what you need to work on and move on from there. Okay. And at the same time that was going on, he hired and paid pretty good money for a therapist to go in and have a meeting with her after,
What do you mean? So he paid another therapist to come in and talk to you?
If you had problems in those packets, you could go talk to the therapist and try to get through those struggles that you were going through. Okay.
The therapist from the church, or a therapist from
a hired therapist that he knew
from outside? Oh, that he knew, so he was still connected.
Yeah, he knew her. He knew the lady. Yeah. And, we ended up going to that therapist a couple of times, and I'm like, I'm done with this. This is bunch of.
Is that the one that you felt was against, trying to get everybody against you too? Like she was against you as well?
Well, she was kind of like hammering on me and trying to force an outcome, and I'm like, well, you're not listening to the whole story here, and it just kind of like made you feel like she was beating you up in there,
If you don't mind sharing, and it's up to you, man, it's totally cool if you don't want to. If you don't mind sharing, what was she beating you up about, and what was she wanting you to do? If you don't have to share it, if you don't want to, bro.
She was beating me up about me getting upset with the fact that JP was consuming my wife's time.
Really?
And it was screwing my marriage up, and she wanted me to bend way the hell over. And I'm like, that ain't happening. You're not getting what I'm saying here. JP's causing strife in my marriage. He's consumed my wife's time. I can't have any intimate time with my wife. I can't sit down and have dinner with my wife because she's.
So she was getting mad at you because you were sitting there saying that you're.
Like, yeah, exactly. And I said, this is bullshit.
And she's not part of the church?
Out, actually. Huh?
Did she go to the church?
No, she didn't. She was just.
So she didn't go to the church. She knew him, but she was getting mad at you because you're saying you're not even around your wife.
Well, my wife was like saying she wanted more quality time. And I'm trying to tell the therapist that I was 100% willing to do that and go out of my way so my wife could feel like I cared about her. But I said, JP's all the stuff that JP's doing and consuming my wife, I don't have time with my wife to even try to do that. And she was taking it. She was telling me I wasn't trying hard enough. And I'm like, look, you're not understanding the situation here. So
wow. So what was she wanting you to do? Well, because you said
bend over even more and not feel so bad about JP and the relationship those two had that I needed to come up with better ideas to try to get time with my wife.
So basically, a counselor was telling you that you need to dismiss your feelings.
Exactly.
What the fuck counselor tells anybody they need to dismiss their feelings? That's the complete opposite.
Well, what I was trying to get out of going to see her was I was trying to get the counselor to understand that JP's consuming my wife's time, and that's the problem.
You think that, like, you're telling somebody to distance themselves from their feelings. How is that going to accomplish what you're supposed to accomplish when you go to a marriage counselor? It's the complete opposite.
It's giving me a headache just going through this.
What the hell, man?
I was like, I want you to tell my wife that JP's using you, and that's why we can't feel like we can connect better in our own time, because he masterminded her. She didn't have any time, and I was trying to get the counselor to understand that. I was like, look, I'm trying. I'm freaking working. I come home, I'm the cook, I'm the cleaner, I'm the dishwasher, I'm the laundry guy, I'm the yard guy, and I got to do these things to keep the house functioning. And you're telling me I need to bend over more and try harder, and instead of you telling my wife, like, well, JP does consume a lot of your time during the day. You maybe, and he's not compensating you very well. Maybe you need to back off and rethink about, maybe move away from the church and start working on your marriage.
They said, whoa. She said that maybe you need to move away from the church.
I was telling her that.
Oh.
That, I was hoping she would tell my wife that JP's got a lock on you and you need to pull away because he's not compensating you enough, and he's eating up all your spare time. And Tom is trying, and he's trying to be a provider and trying to get to have intimate time with you, and so you can sit down and chat and talk and have quality time. You need to pull away from the church, and you should start working on your marriage. She wasn't doing that. She was just beating me up in there, and she wasn't understanding what was going on.
What pastor calls another man's wife multiple times at 2-3 in the morning to talk about work?
Right.
But see how that works? Get the ladies to be all. What do you think he had Micah do? Just like Tom was saying when Micah and Jeremy were married, he was having her be the secretary and the planner and running all these things, and just excuses to be able to be next to somebody. Now, you already know the dirt on what's going on between them. You already know the dirt. Then you can use that dirt. Like I said, you get them separated. Then, JP can use the knowledge he knows, unknown from the person that it's being used on, because if they knew that somebody knew the things that were going on, then they would probably take the gestures a little differently. But when you don't think the other person knows the situation and the atmosphere, and then they're coming in like a savior, a nice guy, somebody that's there to help and heal. Well, you got all these wounds that need band-aids. And when somebody's nice and seems like they want to take care and help you feel better, they're just, those band-aids that they're putting on are artificial. And so then you already occupy their time, so that creates the issues that are already there get stronger between the two people, which brings more divide. So then that makes it easier for you to manipulate the situation even more, because the less that they want the significant other around, the more opportunity you have to be able to slither in. It's all a process.
Exactly. It's a formula.
Yep. Start with a wedge. The wedge is the issues between. And think about it. It might not even be issues right away.
Yeah.
It could be issues that he creates, because they could have a beautiful marriage. Then all of a sudden, hey, do me a favor. Would you mind running this thing? Hey, would you mind run? And then it creates that wedge, which then he can manipulate to then really stick a crowbar in it and just start applying pressure. So it divides even more.
It's really heartbreaking.
It is.
Yeah.
There's so many stories, like even out at the protests, there's other people that had attended the church prior. Same stories. And this was a female that was talking on one of them, at one of them. I believe it was the first protest we were at, and we were right behind her, and she was talking about it. And she was talking about how the same thing happened. Then he ended up calling her. Then she said he even called her out in a sermon. And then actually contacted her after that and told her she needed to quit being a whore. Created division between her and her spouse. Another person, ex-church member, was talking about how her and her spouse used to be like best friends. And then the issues that were created, and they don't even talk anymore. Everything was fine.
11 years, right?
Yeah, I don't remember the length.
Yeah, she said they were best friends for 11 years.
Sad. And that's just what we know. And then you hear the claims from the first ex-wife. How many more could it be? They always say you catch them with 4, there's always 12 that were there other than those 4.
Really?
Oh yeah, it goes deeper than that. You get caught, they get caught for 1. There's another 10 that they didn't get caught.
Yeah. Yeah.
He filed a complaint on her March 27th.
Update the timeline I made in my first video with all of the new dates that are coming out and the new info, and then whoever wants to use it can.
About her post on Facebook. Sorry, I missed something in chat. It was cutting out for me during those videos, so I don't know everything that was. But I should be back to decent reception now. No, actually, Tiffany, he manipulated Micah. This is how it works, Tiffany, with these people. They isolate you. They get you isolated. They make you distance yourself from your family and friends. and they weren't even in the picture, Tiffany. There was so much manipulation. It was actually in one of the videos we checked out this morning. They had actually brought it up about how right before the end, Micah admitted to her family that, gosh, I'm trying to think of the exact words. Basically, she was messaging the family that she didn't want to see them or be around them to try and make sure that the abuse stayed to a minimum. So I don't think the families ever got paid, and I doubt that they would ever take any money from him. It's one of those yeah, exactly, Katrina. He groomed her in different ways, and right before the end, she reached out to her family and admitted and apologized for writing and saying those things. It was because she was under manipulation and being abused.
I'll be right back. Sorry, I have a sick relative.
Yeah, no problem. Back in the past, Tiffany, there was instability. Even Tom kind of gets into it a little bit. That there was some instability, and that's why she ended up moving to Liberty. She the dad even said that she had reached out and apologized because she didn't mean to say those things. The only reason she said them was because of the manipulation and the abuse that she was enduring. And so she felt that if she said those and wrote those things, that the abuse would be held to a minimum. And unfortunately, with those people, when they get that kind of control, they just tighten the grip even more and more and more and more. Sorry, I can't see chat that much. What paper? I can only see it as I'm looking at my speedometer there. Yeah. Yep, bougie. Yeah, I believe I mean when I have my computer up, I can get to these things, but there's a couple videos where the family is discussing that topic about the messages that she would send, and then her right before the end letting them know that she didn't mean to say those things. Not like right before the end, but oh shoot, I gotta pull over this lane. But they're towards the end there. Whoa, there's an accident. What the hell? The truth will come out. Oh, look at that. A couple kayaks, some kind of boat. Yep, there'll be more protests tomorrow. And we will be there bright and early. We will be there bright and early. I'll probably be live probably 8:15 in the morning. I'll probably be live. Last time I swung through, I think I got into Myrtle Beach at around I think it was 7 o'clock or something. Hurried up, took a shower, and then headed to the protest. It's 20 to 30, Brett. And we'll see how many show up at this one. When the news broke, it went down to 50 people. Then it was at about 50 people. Then it went down to 40. Now, it's gradually, slowly going down. But we'll find out tomorrow. I'm going to count. I'm going to try and get an exact count of how many show up yesterday or tomorrow. So I'm going to be there a little bit earlier than normal. I'm going to show up a little bit early, and we're going to try and get an exact count. Now, I'm sure there's going to be people there an hour or two before service, whatever. I don't know. But I am going to get a tally so I can have a better idea. It's still probably going to be 20 to 30. I think the last, those 20 to 30, I think those 20 to 30 people, I think there's a reason why they still go there, and I think that they're always going to keep going there until the church says that it's not anymore, because I believe those people that still attend, I would say 80 to 90% of the people that still attend, I would say, have a connection, whether it's financial or secrets. There's a reason why they still attend, because it's either due to money or information. And I think there's a couple people that are just confused, waiting until the last minute. They know that the ship is sinking, but they're still holding on. I think when it was 50, I still think the majority, maybe not 80 to 90%, but probably 75 at that point, 75% was tied in with secrets or money somehow. That chain that keeps them there, that they can't break free. But now I think there's just a couple people that are like, I'm just holding on still. And the other ones, yeah, there's a reason. Somebody's got some dirt on them. They got some dirt on somebody. They've either invested or they know about the financials. Think about it. There's a lot of these members here. It's kind of like You know, like with Wall Street, right? You hear those stories about how this elderly couple invested all their life savings in these stocks, right? And they got that broker that's like, oh, I'm telling you right now, we got to invest a bunch. It's not going to make a lot. It's for the long haul. And watch, it's going to pop. I guarantee it. It's going to pop. Watch. It's going to pop. And then it gets to a point where the elderly couple is like, I don't know. It seems like he's blowing smoke up us. And then they call him again. He's like, look, trust me. Just trust me. Just give it time. I guarantee it's going to pop. It's going to pop soon. Just watch. You're going to make your money tenfold, you know. The promises of financial rewards for a little bit of patience. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, when you knew you should have backed out, but you didn't because you already invested so much. So that's what kept you in. You knew you invested so much. You know you should have backed out. But damn, you invested so much you can't back out. You got to ride it to the end, right? Next thing you know, you find out that the dude that you thought was helping you done did this shit to a bunch of other people. And that's when you finally let go and break that chain, right? It's the same thing. There's a lot of people there that probably invested some of their future life savings because they were promised a better reward financially. And then they're just, they know they should back out of the church, but they just have to hold on until the very end. Well, Justice, let me see. I'm interested in helping Micah. I don't know about that, but what I do know is that this is about Micah, and this is about helping Micah. The people that I work with is about helping Micah. So regardless of whatever somebody else might have done, the focus is Micah and bringing the answers for Micah and her family. And if people that are the family are good with working with those individuals, well, then it's good for us too, because it's about Micah. So thank you for the information. But this is about Micah. This isn't about other people. And we've heard the bullshit that's spun from JP.
Hi, sorry.
That's right, Brett. The whole congregation are victims of being good people misled. And the sad part is religion is used. Religion is used to further the manipulation in the narrative. That's the sad part.
Yeah, hiding behind religion.
Right. Because when it comes to religion, for those people that are that devoted, it's hard for them to say no because religion is being used, even though it's not meant to be used that way. Good morning, typically. Right, criminal. Religion as a weapon.
And pretending to do good while you're doing it. Right.
Right.
I saw there's a quote by, I think it's Plato or something. It says, the worst form of injustice is pretended justice. And that makes me think of, that thing of making like you're doing something really, really good when it's couldn't be more opposite.
Right. Exactly. There's a special karma for that.
Yeah.
Special karma. So I wanted to check out that I think it was the mystery
project.
Well, hold on. What exactly does that one get into? Because that might be one I might want to save for when I'm actually at the computer.
It might be. It's about. It says more proof that Micah was being followed. So I think it is an intricate one.
A lot of video to.
Yeah.
Okay. Second. What's up, Michael? Calls it sowing and reaping instead of karma. You reap what you sow. Same principles, basically. Exactly. It all comes back in the end. That's why you always treat others the way that you want to be treated, because it does all come back. 100. Let's see, hold on. It's starting to pick up here.
There's a Joseph Morris. That's a bit shorter.
Just give me one moment.
Okay.
Just trying to focus extra.
Focus extra.
Get around this semi here. Let's check out those videos from the Fisherman and those two videos with the Fisherman, and then the one with the grocery and grill attendant. I think, or he might be the owner. I think they said the owner, and he was the last one to see her, I think.
Okay, I'll look for that. Should I play the Fisherman one first, and then I'll look for the other one in the meantime?
Yeah, that one will be on the top, and then the other two videos are just a couple videos down from the top.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We start tonight with continuing coverage on the death of Micah Miller, the estranged wife of John Paul Miller, former pastor at the Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach. This week, the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, they released a timeline of what happened the day Micah died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound at the Lumber River State Park. Now, tonight, the man who reported hearing Micah crying and the sound of a gunshot at that state park is sharing how his character is now under attack. He says it's destroying his life, and he wants the baseless attacks that he's seeing on social media to stop. He talked with ABC 15's Tanya Brown. She joins us now live from the Robeson County Sheriff's Office in Lumberton.
Andrew, the fisherman, says he never thought fully cooperating with the police investigation and telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth would lead to him being unfairly targeted on social media. I met 55-year-old Johnny Jacobs today at an undisclosed location in Robeson County. He didn't want me to show his face because he's concerned for his safety after being bashed and targeted on social media.
It's like putting my life in danger with some of the things that's been said.
Jacobs tells me he'd been fishing for several hours on April 27th at the Lumber River State Park when he heard a faint cry. He says 2 or 3 minutes later, he heard a gunshot.
I said, oh my God, don't tell me, because the crying had stopped. I said, don't tell me something's happened, don't tell me something. I was getting ready to get out of there. Another 3 people came into the lake on a boat, and I plainly asked them, I said, did y'all hear that gunshot? They said yes.
Jacob says he couldn't see anything because of all the trees blocking his view.
This here's the park, of course. This is where I put my boat in at.
He showed me a map on his phone of the Lumber River State Park to better show his location on the river that day.
You see how thick the woods are? That's why I couldn't see nothing. So right along in here is where I found Micah's belongings at.
He says he found Micah's backpack, glasses, and cell phone on the bank and gave them all to deputies on scene. He says he didn't know Micah and has no reason to lie to police. Johnny Jacobs wants the unfair targeting against him to end.
I want this to stop as far as me. I don't want to make this all about me because I'm still thinking about Micah. I'm trying to respect her family, and I got total respect for them, and I am so sorry for what they're going through. I never thought my day would turn out like that.
The Robeson County medical examiner has also been bashed on social media for how he ruled Micah's death as a suicide. Now, the North Carolina State Medical Examiner's Office, I reached out to them today to get information on if an autopsy was done on Micah's body, and I am still waiting to learn that answer. Live in Lumberton, Tanya Brown, ABC 15 News.
Tanya, thank you. Now, today we also learned that the Solid Rock Church reported receiving, quote, harassing messages on social media in the days following Micah Miller's death. Now, the report was filed last Wednesday by a female pastor there, and police noted the messages were vague, but mentioned canceling the church for its, quote, lies. Myrtle Beach police concluded at the time no harassment had occurred. We reached out to the church for comment about this. No one is answering.
See, the reporter says, and handed the items on site, like he returned the bag after he retrieved it and let them know, not that he left and came back and then turned it in.
Yeah, it is vague.
And then what he said, he kind of like right before he was talking about where he found it at, he was like, see, it's so thick you can't see nothing. He just said it's so thick you can't see nothing, which is true. When we're showing the real footage, and you can't see nothing, how are you supposed to see a black bag that matched the color of Micah's clothing? I don't see how you can see that bag, even if it's sitting on the shoreline. I don't see how you notice it unless you're right up next to it. I don't know. The fisherman stuff, I just don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me.
I remember when we first saw the first video of the fisherman, you immediately, like, it was just instinct. You weren't sure.
Yeah. And then you hear like right there, 3 people in a boat just came up, asked them if they heard the shot. They said yes.
Right. Yeah.
Where's the 3 people? How come we don't hear from them?
Exactly. All right, I have the next fisherman one. Hold on.
Ooh, we should play that one too, the Kayaker 911. Yeah, about how crappy the cell phone service is. Right? Yeah, how crappy the cell phone service is.
I'll look for that. Let me.
I don't think they took his boat, Don. I don't remember anybody saying their boat got taken.
Micah Miller's death has been suspicious from the get-go. Even after police officially ruled it a suicide and shared plenty of evidence, her family still has questions. There was no eyewitness to Micah's death that day. There was, however, an ear witness, a fisherman, who was out on the lake at the time of Micah's death. And he says he heard Micah crying just before the fatal gunshot rang out. That fisherman took News Nation's investigative correspondent Rich McHugh on his boat to the exact spot where Micah died. And Rich joins me now live. Rich, that's sort of been the last piece that a lot of people have been trying to put together in this story of Micah's final hours. Tell me about what the fisherman was able to tell you about and what his experience was.
Oh man, actually, there's so much here. This is a guy that I've been trying to reach since the beginning of covering this story. Finally was able to reach him, and he agreed to meet me at the state park. I said, look, I'm going to be here all day. He finally agreed to meet. And he said, look, I want to clear up my name in this. Like, he says he's being dragged into allegations online, social media and whatnot. But I also wanted to see firsthand, like, where this took place, because there's so many questions about how she got there and why she was there. And it's all just so confusing to somebody who's been reporting on this. He graciously took us out for about a half an hour and allowed me to interview him. He didn't want his face on camera or me to name him, but he walked through what he experienced, and we have some of that sound right here. Let's take a look.
I heard a cry back when I came in, where I told you I started hearing the crying at. Then I heard a gunshot. That was probably about 2 minutes or so after I started hearing the cry. It might have been a little bit longer than that. And I heard a gunshot. It wasn't a loud gunshot. And then the crying just stopped. Right about here, that's when I heard the gunshot. The gunshot went off.
From which side? Over here on the left?
To the left. That's where I heard the gunshot.
In there?
Uh-huh. That's when the crying stopped. That looks totally different from when I came in here. Anyway.
Was it low water when you were here?
No, it was actually less water than what's in here now. So that's the area I went in through with my boat.
How do you get in there if you're not in a boat?
You can't get in there if you. What do you mean?
How was she in there?
There's a path that comes in there. That's what I told them. Yeah. There was a path that comes into here. So there's paths all in this river. And there was a path leading straight to where her belongings were laying at.
And then how did you come across her stuff, her belongings?
I just seen it laying up on the bank when I pulled up in here. Yes, sir. It was laying up on the bank. I don't know why I grabbed it. I just grabbed it. Didn't ever look at it or nothing. I got out and I looked around because there was a clearing on the left and the right, and I looked around because I felt like something was wrong, but I never seen nothing. I took the stuff, put it in my boat, went back to the landing. Her driver's license, her bank card, She had her keys, $500, a little over $500. Every bit of that money got back.
It was not a wallet. It was a wallet.
It was a what they call, I guess, ladies call them fanny packs.
What do you say to the people accusing you of being a part of this?
Quit trying to be investigators. I did not do this. There was no way in the world I would harm anybody like that. Even my worst enemy, I would not do nothing like that. I was just here fishing. I can understand people, you know, thinking stuff. It did look odd, but people's going to think stuff. I've even been trying to figure out what happened.
Now, a couple quick things. Actually, he says this is the last interview he's doing. He wants to do this to try and clear his name on social media. Having been there at the site where this happened, actually, I gotta say the only thing I could think of was like, how in the world did she get back in there? And after talking with her family, knowing that she had to walk through waist deep water to get there, you can only wonder, like, why? Like, why would she go to these lengths to get into that area?
Yeah, I mean, it's so sad, especially since she seemed to want to be found. That's why she called 911 to let them know where she was. Rich, tomorrow you've got another exclusive interview with the gas station owner where Micah was maybe last seen alive. I'll look forward to that. And thank you for doing this reporting. Please give our regards to that fisherman. And great thanks to him for taking us on that tour. Thank you for...
Yeah, he said the fisherman graciously gave him about a half hour. That's why I said the guy was probably like, "Hey, can you take me over here?" And he's like, "Nah, I gotta head out."
Right.
I gotta head out. Every bit of that 500. No, I'm not saying the fisherman. I've been saying the whole time I don't think the fisherman was involved in the crime. But is the story suspicious? Hell yeah. Why'd you show back up in a Camaro, bro? You're telling all, yeah, and then I went back to the landing. You didn't finish the rest of the story. Just like the other video. And he handed it to him on site. He didn't finish the story. He didn't finish the story. No, it's just like I said. He even said I could tell something was wrong. You collect a bag. Why are you not stopping at the office and letting them know and turning it in? Why are you even going outside of the property of the park? It should have been turned in right away. They should have been notified right away. Should have been turned in right away. They weren't even notified that they showed up there at what, 3:05, I think it was. I don't have the exact timeline. I believe it was 3:05, and they didn't get notified until they were flying their drone, which was like 40 minutes later. They didn't even know about it until 40 minutes later, I think. Well, yeah, Brett, there was a guy and a girl and a daughter that was in the boat. But I haven't seen any of their interviews.
Sorry, CJ, I'm just arranging the next video. So getting the link and stuff.
Okay.
My new computer still doesn't like Discord, so I'm just getting a YouTube link.
Yeah, Discord takes a lot of bandwidth. Especially when you're trying to run StreamYard. Discord there's a lot of people that don't even, and it's kind of hard, but there's a lot of people that don't even run Discord while they're streaming just because it creates so many issues. That's why sometimes I get a little choppy.
Really?
I wish there was another way that we could share information. Go ahead, Glenn.
No, I was just asking, is it Discord that causes that when you sometimes get choppy as well?
I've heard Discord creates a lot of issues with people that use StreamYard when it comes to connection
Oh, I thought it was something I was doing wrong.
and function. No. No, I've heard from other people. I just wish I'd like, maybe I keep wanting to try and make a Facebook, but I just never have the time to do it. But same with Facebook, it bogs your StreamYard down too. I don't know, it's just weird when you hear like there's another video. I can't remember where we watched it. It was like a week ago maybe. There was another video of the same guy talking about how the one fisherman was like, yeah, I know, I could see how you couldn't see her. And then they were kind of like legitimizing each one of their sides. Yeah, he told me he could understand, and I told him I could. He didn't have nothing to do with it. He didn't have nothing to do with it. Make sure, you make sure you stuck that in before he stopped in the middle of what he was going to say, and uh-oh. Is it getting choppy? Yeah, I'm kind of going through. I noticed it kind of get choppy a little bit here and there. It kind of like, because I hear the music stop playing a couple times, and I'm like, oh, choppy area. Kind of pause for a minute. Yeah, I like Twitter, but you can't. You got to have categories too, That's why I use Discord, because I have every case separated in its own folder. Sounded like it cut out again. Uh-oh, did she drop out? Yeah, when I get back on the computer, I'll be able to see exactly what video it is. I can't remember. I don't think it was News Nation. I think it was just a regular. Yeah, Liberty. Like Facebook groups to post different stuff, have conversations with each other, Make Facebook groups. It's starting to get toasty. The AC's almost on full blast. I don't even feel it. I don't want to turn it up more. Then the gas will burn like crazy. "8:30 in the morning." I think we're still on Central Time Zone. "93 today, right? And it's already toasty. Good morning, Caddy. It's already toasty. It's only 8:30. My air's on 3/4 blast, and I don't even feel it. I can't imagine trying to, because I have my window up. Here, it's probably be horrible here. You can probably hear the wind even though I have the fuzzy on. Let's see. Do you guys hear the wind? Can't imagine trying to do. A lot of wineries around here. Fuzzy works good. Oh. Yesterday, oh yeah, Mary Jeree. What's the temperatures over there? It was hot here. Shoot, I don't think it cooled down until maybe 11 or midnight last night. It finally, and it wasn't even cool. That's just when the heat wasn't so unbearable. That humidity's nasty though. 96. Ooh. I heard there's a bigger heat wave coming next week. Ugh. Then you know the real feels like $110 or something. Oh, Fly Girl, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat.
It says, CJ, your Gatorade fix. Have a great day, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. And you have a great day too. It's a beautiful day today. I should be having a night show tonight, but I have to wait till I get there to see how I'm feeling. Because I do have to be out at the protest early in the morning tomorrow. And from where I'm at, it's about a 45-hour drive to get there. Basically downtown Myrtle, and then so I'll have to be up quite early to make it, have everything set up, ready to go. I'd like to be there before everybody. So we'll see it. So I'm not sure. Just depends if I get back and I'm all, like wired up from the drive, which is usually what takes place. I'm so because I don't have cruise control in this vehicle, so I'm literally, it's straight tense foot the whole time. There's no setting the speed and then just let the legs kind of chillax. It ain't happening with no cruise control. So usually when I'm done with my shows, I'm so like having to be 200 focus for all those hours. It's kind of hard to wind down from all that publicity. I would like to hang back tonight. But if I get there and I'm exhausted as hell, I'm just going to be like, I'm just going to get some extra sleep and be up bright and early tomorrow. A lot of stuff to do tomorrow. We got the protest. And then I am going to be doing a members live only. If I don't do it, it all depends on Sunday with how it all plays out, how long we're at the protest and everything else. But I might do one Sunday, but I'm going to try and do a members only. Towards the beginning of the week, too, because there's some places I want to take you guys. And then we'll end up hanging out during the day for that, and we'll all talk about it later that night. I need some coffee.
Okay, I think I managed to get the video to work through my computer's media player.
Okay.
Let me.
We've already been to the pawn shop, Liberty. We actually we did Micah's last route. We drove the exact route she would have taken that day. Oh yeah, fresh coffee. Oh, it's not even that warm. That sucks. That's my coffee from Hardee's. I just got like, what, a half hour ago? It's not even warm. What the hell? That's going to be gross. Ooh. I do have the footage, but I haven't been able to upload it yet. I will be doing some uploads this week too. But it's hard to do all that when I'm doing the lives and stuff, so I try and do a mixture of it this week. And we'll try and get another bracelet or two this weekend at the protest and send another one out there. I think it was Lori that got the first one. You probably will go to your mailbox and get it today, actually. It'll probably be in your mailbox today. If not, on Monday. It should be there.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this to share my media player.
You might have to download it and then. Oh, you did?
I did.
You should be able to share the video file instead of having to go through your media player. If you go to share screen, just click on video file and then go right to where you put the video file.
Sorry, I'm mute.
No, you're fine.
What's the address of your emergency?
There's nothing like this. I'm in Prince State Park.
I'm sorry, your phone is breaking up very bad. I can't hear you.
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'm in Princess Anne State Park, and I just made contact with a deputy. I didn't get his name. I think I just found a body in the water down there. If you know which deputy is here, if you can tell him back to where he just talked to the guy, white male, orange T-shirt, and a kayak, he'll know where I'm at.
Okay, hold on 1 second for me, okay?
Okay.
White guy in the orange T-shirt. He'll know where I'm at. See how bad the cell reception is? She couldn't even understand what he was saying. How is she?
Sorry. Is that the same operator who spoke to Micah?
That's what I thought. That's what it sounded like to me.
Why is she not like?
Right.
All right.
It sounds like she got that call before she got Micah's call with the way her voice sounds.
Right. That's what I was. I don't know how to not. How do I unshare? I'm sorry.
Huh?
How do I take this video down?
Are you just the three dots to the top right? You could. Is that what you mean? To remove it? Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it sounded like her, and it, because if you got that call from somebody and then you got that call afterwards, which is about 20, 30 some minutes later,
Right.
I'm surprised your voice doesn't have more emotion in it, because we're human.
And you spoke to that person.
Right. And you would think, oh, it would almost be like a change in tone, because then all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I just talked to her, and now this guy's calling me, say that he thinks. Well, if your story is that your boat bumped into the log, which then made her foot come from out of the water, why are you saying you think you found it? It's pretty obvious, right? If you bumped into a tree and then all of a sudden her foot came out of the water, became visible.
Wow.
And another thing is they act like they're complete strangers. And if they're locals, they know everybody. I mean, hell, when we were talking to locals, they were walking up and he was like, they were telling us about how dangerous it is in that county and such. And then we were walking up to the observation deck and he's like, hey, buddy, are you local? And he turns around and then oh, Jimmy, what's up, Jimmy? Like, they know, yeah, tell him about this. He's a local. And then his wife was there. Tell him about it. She's like, yep. Like, they were all going into different instances and experiences and situations. They all know each other. Even bringing up the story about the fisherman. I was even telling them the fisherman story, showed them a video, and they were like, yeah, that don't make no sense.
Doesn't.
Something bad happened is what something bad happened. There are a lot of secrets here. A lot of stuff happens and nobody knows.
Yeah, and after hearing that, it feels worse. Like, because, I mean, it sounded to me, it really, really sounded like the same operator.
Yeah, I think it was the same lady. I don't know if she did.
It's hard to yeah.
Good reception and no birds. Even when I was in the parking lot, because when I showed up there the last time, I was getting my gear out of the car, and I didn't realize that the door was locked, and the door shut while I was getting my gear, and all of a sudden, I was like, man, my keys are still in there. And it took forever for me to get a call to go through to my insurance company for my roadside assistance. It took forever. They wanted me to set it up with a text message. Here, it's quicker if you do the text message way. And I'm like, okay. So I send a text message. It didn't go through. After retrying, it finally went through. And then I sat there for like 20, 30 minutes waiting for a text back. And then I had to call the company back anyway because I didn't even have good enough to get their text message.
Yeah. I tried to message you then as well.
Yeah.
And it didn't even, I don't even think it went through. No. Still hasn't.
Yeah, I had to keep walking in circles and hoping that I wasn't going to get disconnected and have to do the whole process of calling in and verifying information.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That clear a call, even if it was the parking lot, doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, and like you guys say about the birds, because I'm not from there. I didn't expect that you would still hear the birds singing in Fairbluff. That's not even like a national park yet. And you can hear them. You can hear them everywhere.
Yep, even when we were out there searching for Sebastian, you could hear the birds. That was 2 months before, 3 months before it happened.
Yeah, it's some kind of an indoor call.
Let's see.
Okay, would you like to see the next one, which was the last person to see Micah Miller?
Yeah.
The Micah Miller death investigation was supposed to be settled by now. 2 weeks ago, the investigators released a video of Micah alone buying the handgun that fired the fatal shot. And they also released that 911 call in which Micah announces her plan very calmly to the operator to kill herself, wanting the operator to know the location so her family can find her. But that is still not enough for Micah's family to accept that she and she alone, the troubled wife and apparently abusive South Carolina pastor, is responsible for her own death. The family says this new exclusive video of the exact spot where Micah died proves that she could not have shot herself, citing the lack of current that's moving the water and the position of the bullet casings. Tonight, we're also hearing from the very last person to see Micah alive. He's an employee at a gas station where Micah stopped on her way to the North Carolina park where she was eventually found dead. News Nation's investigative correspondent Rich McHugh has been on this story and breaking a lot of leads. He joins me now with that last part. So let's talk a little, Rich, about the video that you have of that exact spot where Micah was found dead. Last night you showed us the fisherman and the exact spot where he found her things, and it is not the same as where her body was found. What is significant about the spot where her body was found?
Well, this is video that was provided by her family to us, and it basically shows, if you're looking at the video on screen left at the very top of the video, this is where authorities say were the shell casings, multiple shell casings and a live round, and where she ultimately took her life. Where the flowers are downstream, this is not even a stream, this is stagnant water. That is where her body was found. And her family's position is that, look, this water is not moving. This is stagnant. There's no way her body came all the way down from up on the screen left all the way down to over here. Now, we still don't know where in relation to this, to where we were last night outside in the boat, where exactly this is and where this part meets. But this is deep into this area, this cypress forest that the family walked there. They said that to get there, you had to walk through knee-deep water for 20 to 30 feet. Talk to her friends. They said Micah would not do this. She was wearing her work outfit. None of this makes sense. The family's saying, look, this is evidence that she did not, they believe this is staged. She did not take her life, Ashley.
It's fascinating. I keep saying the same thing. I would never wade into something like that. I'd be afraid of gators or critters or something, or filth. I would
This
just
is
be,
gator country.
But then again,
this is gator and snake country.
Right. Yeah, and not only that, but you know, it would just be, look, I get it. If you're going to take your own life, maybe you're not thinking rationally anyway, would be the argument against that. But it does seem so odd to wander out into that bayou like body of water to ultimately take your life. So let's talk about the other unique information that you learned, and that is that Micah stopped for gas, which again is odd. Why would you fill up your tank if your plan was to take your life moments later? But she stopped for gas and she stopped to get a drink before she ended up in that park. And you've been able to speak to the person who might be the last person to speak with her and see her alive.
Yeah, so this is in Mullins, South Carolina, which is about, I believe, about 40 minutes from here. It's also out of the way from, if you're going a straight line to get to this state park in North Carolina. But I went there, I talked to the owner. I asked him, you know, what she did. She basically came there for 10 or 15 minutes. He said she got an energy drink. But let's hear it in his own words.
Her car was parked over here. Yep. And she used the restroom and pull up and just come around and pull up over here to this pump.
That's where she got gas.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And she was here about like 10 or 15 minutes?
Somewhere there.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at the video, it tells all the time, you know, how long
Whoa,
she's...
pause it, please.
Yeah,
pause it, please. Can you rewind to where he says she was pulling up? She wasn't coming from SC. This is going to be a part 3 of my map, and we're going to talk about it, because she was coming from the road Do I have any maps that I dropped in Discord you could bring up, Rosie? Do I have any
I will get them.
map? The map that I was shoot. I don't know if you'd be able to zoom in good enough to see that road. She was coming from the side road. She wasn't coming from south to going north. She was coming from the side road. He never said she turned around. He said she pulled up. So how do I because you have a problem pulling up the GPS or the Google Maps, right? Or
Yeah,
do you?
I can't do that. But find a screenshot maybe.
Can any of the mods do me a favor? Zoom in on that SC41 grocery and grill where it shows the connecting roads around there. If you could take a screenshot of that and drop it in mod chat for Rosie to pull up. I need to see the roads, that road that's connected. You'll see there's a road that goes directly underneath the SC41 that then takes you into 41. There's a side road there that goes right along where it intersects where that gas station is. I'm curious to see, and when I get back in front of my computer, I'm really going to examine this map some more, because I think that's going to help lead to an even closer destination of maybe where she was at before. I could explain more, and I will explain more later tonight once I get in front of the computer.
All right.
But in the meantime, if you can see, I'm thinking he's saying she's coming from that side road, not from south to north.
All right. I rewinded it a bit. I'll continue to play that video and then I'll
Just that part. Yeah, just that part. I just want to hear that part for a second again.
Use the restroom and pull up and just come around and pull up over here to this pump.
That's where she got gas.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She was here about like 10 or 15 minutes?
It's hard for me to tell because I can't watch it. Is that what he's saying?
hold on. Let me take it back a little bit more.
Oh, let's get
just come around
choppy
and
too.
pull up over here to this pump.
That's where she got gas.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She was here about like 10 or 15 minutes?
Somewhere there.
Okay.
Does anybody know the layout of what he's talking about?
Katrina says Grady Road. It kind of almost
Is that
the beginning a little bit, but she says the road by store.
right? The side road, right? Is that what he's showing, Katrina? That she came from that side road and not from south to north? Like she wasn't on 41 when she pulled in. She pulled in from the side road, right? No, I know she went to the potty first. I'm not talking about the potty. I'm talking about how she pulled in. Okay, Katrina says yes. Can you take a photo, Katrina, of that small area showing those connected roads, please? And drop it in mod chat. And then what you'll have to do, Rosie, is when you get the picture, just click on it to open it up in a browser and you can share that tab because it's going to be a Chrome tab that it's going to open up on, so you don't have to switch your screen share. You can just switch to the tab.
Okay. All right. And then should I continue to play this video
I'm
in the
not.
meantime?
No.
Okay.
No. Criminal. I have the property layouts. I just haven't been able to really take a look yet. That's something I was going to be doing. Because we're going to have a show probably Monday where it's just the fishermen's stories, the fishermen and the kayakers' stories. And we're just going to have an episode on that. And that's what I'm going to get into it. But I do have the property lines, but I haven't been able to examine it too much. I'm curious about because this brings, because the part 1 and part 2 had everything to do with her coming up, heading north on SC41, which then takes her by that grocery and grill. Now that I know that she's coming from the side road, I'm going to have to re-examine that map because then it's going to, because the interesting thing about it is that, and it applies to the part 1 and the part 2. You can only go to certain areas until it changes your map, your GPS to go to a different route. So when I get back to the computer, I'm going to pinpoint it to an even smaller area than part 2. I don't think the owner is involved. I don't think the fisherman, the kayaker, or the owner is involved. I think these were all they just happened to be there, or wrong place, wrong time. But I'll pinpoint it down to an even smaller area now. Because there's only going to be it can't be much farther than that, because it would have taken her a different route. Yeah, we went into that in the very beginning of it all. And that's what made me start digging into the route Liberty, is because when we first came across the case and I started looking at the route, and then I just put in the route from the pawn shop to Lumber River State Park, and it gives you a completely different, it's actually another 20 some minutes longer to go the way that she went. And that's what got me. That's the whole reason I started to look into the route, was because of that initial difference. Why would you go out of the way? Even though there was others that maybe thought it was normal to go, to me it's like, no, there's a reason. There's a reason. I can't wait to get back to the computer to really examine, because it's going to make that area so much smaller now.
Is that correct?
I just have to, yeah. Oh, it's going to be a lot smaller. Trust me. The zone part 3, that map is going to be hella smaller. I just have to get back to the computer to break it all down. There will be a smaller area. Quite a bit smaller. Quite a bit smaller. Because that changes the game. You're coming from the side, it changes the game with the routes, and it also changes the game with where as well, because there's no reason to stop by there. Because that road right there, that's a in between two other roads. It's not like a major road that's going that way. It's a in between two other roads. Can you zoom in on that?
Yeah.
Does it? Yeah, I won't be able to. So it's like a road in between two major roads, right? Or is it not?
It is.
Does it say what that other major road is that it goes between? Not SC41 that the store's on. What's the other? Does it say what the other major road is that's on the other side that connects?
Are you referring to Grady Road?
Okay, so there's the in-between road between the two major roads. One of the major roads is SC41 that the store's on. The other major road is the major road that connects that middle road. So you got the middle road in the middle. You got the major road on the right, which is SC41. What's the major road on the left? Okay, so Grady Road is the road that's in between.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Go ahead.
It's just. It's not saying on.
It doesn't say the road.
Yeah, I'm trying to find another screenshot. If it.
Okay. So it's not a major road, or? Yeah, it came in on the side road and then went north on 41.
Hold on, let me just get one of the other screenshots because it's not saying here.
It's okay. I can always dig into it when I get to the computer.
And then also Katrina said she didn't come in on that road. She came in on the side, like coming from Lumber River State Park. So, and then Katrina also said, I just looked at the video. So,
Of the video of her pulling in, it looked like she was coming from Lumber River State Park. What?
I'm just
From the side road? I'm confused.
Hold on. Me too.
Can you play, Katrina, can you drop that video in the mod chat and then Rosie can take a look at it? That's weird. I can't stand following semis. It just wind just blows all over his damn draft. Excuse me. Oh my lord, what the hell's... Alright.
Okay, Katrina says she's looking for the video now that she spoke about.
Okay. Okay, so what is what's the, how do they come from Lumber River if you would have to be going south on 41? Buttermilk Road. That's what I thought too, good measure. But I can't see it because I'm on the road. I can't see the video. But to me, it sounded like he was saying she was coming from the side road, but I can't tell. I couldn't see the video. But that changes it. It changes everything. But it does also help pinpoint if it's true. It'll help me pinpoint an even smaller area on the map. Basically, I break it down the same way I broke it down to Aerial Cross Road. Basically, break it down the same way. But I just break it down, with a different part of the map. They're looking for the video right now that shows it. I know she went to the porta potty first. But he says, look at how her car's parked. Think about it. Look at how her car's parked at the gas pump. It's parked facing north. Like somebody came from the side road. But I want to know exactly how the side road. I thought it was the owner too, but it's... Go ahead.
No, I'm just letting you know we're still looking here. Just give me a moment.
You don't turn around. Katrina said she saw the whole video. I haven't seen it. I probably won't be able to either, so we'll have to rely on you all. She pulls in from other side of store and goes straight towards the potty before entrance. Do you have the video? From the south? Is there the video? You put in mod chat? Are you there, Rosa?
Okay, so this is a part of Grizzly's video.
Okay.
So I just skipped to the right times.
Okay. So behind, so if you're looking at it, Rosie, behind, what would be behind us is north. We're looking south. Okay. I can't see the video, but I can't watch it, but just as we're looking south, behind us is north.
Yeah. Hold on, let me just play it. Okay, so it's north. Right before she pulls in, she came from the north side.
So she came from behind?
Yes, and Katrina also said in mod chat.
So she wasn't even going south.
Yeah.
And then she pulls off going back the way she came in.
Let me fast forward it. Hold on.
It was not a white car, Liberty. I don't know why you keep saying it over and over. Thank you, Michael. I thought that's been out there from the beginning. Thank you, Busby.
Sorry, I'm just trying to skip through everything she did there to see. Oh, she left.
You can show them the screen while you're doing that, so they can see what you're doing. You go ahead and play the beginning when she's pulling in again, too.
Yeah, I'll put it in the beginning, and then in my chat they are looking for a different version of the video because this one's kind of cropped on either end just to show more the activity at the actual gas
cool.
station.
Cool.
So I'll let you know.
So, I thought she pulled in from the south. So if she pulled in from the north.
Okay, we're back at the gas station. So let's just go around the.
Okay, exactly what direction did she come from?
So hold on. Just give me a moment to. I just want to check with Mod Chat. Sorry, they are still looking for a better video, but it's north. She circles around and leaves the way she arrived.
So she might have not even taken 501. So she might have been at Lombard River State Park first. Nobody was there. Went to leave. Because she could have went to a gas station in Fairbluff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really need to look at it when I get to the computer.
Sorry, I'm not much help with this.
No, it's okay. I just need to look into it when I get to a computer. Because now... What time was she at the pawn shop? And what time was that video at Grocery and Grill? What's the timestamps, if anybody knows? What time that video was, and then what time she was at the pawn shop. How much time in between took place? As far as I know, Busby, there hasn't been any phone records that have been released. I'm curious how much time took place between pawn shop and that the gas station.
Okay, so I have here that she arrived at the pawn shop at 12:12 p.m.
Okay.
And then her vehicle arrived at Grocery and Grill at 1:27 p.m.
So an hour? So an hour and 5 minutes. She didn't go to Lombard River State Park. How? Because if you go to Lombard River State Park, it's at least an hour and 28 minutes from the pawn shop. The quickest way.
Yeah.
So she couldn't have gone. She couldn't have gone to Lombard River State Park first. An hour. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna figure it out when I get to a computer. Hour. So an hour. Okay, there is. Let me think here. One of the mods. There is a. If you look at the map, there's a Baptist church that's really close to SC41. I think it's. We see how long it takes to get to Gapway Baptist Church from the pawn shop.
I'll let you know when someone answers.
Who says she wasn't good measure? That's the question. You should check out my route breakdown videos. There's 2 parts to it. Who says she wasn't? It doesn't take 40 minutes from the gas station. It's a little bit longer than that. But we're talking from the pawn shop to the gas station. We're not talking gas station to Lombard River. We're talking pawn shop to the gas station because she left an hour and 5 minutes in between the pawn shop and the gas station. And I'm wondering how far away Gapway Baptist Church is from the pawn shop. Sorry, Thomas, just Google it and you can actually see a photo instead of somebody trying to explain it to you. I don't have the capability right now. I'm on the road. So just go ahead and Google it and you'll see the photo. There's witnesses that point out the exact location so you can actually have a picture of it. it's kind of hard to explain over the mic. By the woods, by this tree, right over here. It's kind of hard to explain it. So all you have to do, Thomas, is just Google it, and you'll see the photo of the exact location.
Okay, Katrina said 58 minutes.
58 minutes.
Yeah.
Interesting, because then a minute, 7 minutes. Do me a favor, mods. Go from Gapway Baptist Church to SC41 Grocery and Grill. Is it 7 minutes away or less? Is it 7 minutes or less? I don't know what you're asking, Rebecca. I bet you Gapway Baptist Church is 7 minutes or less away than Grocery and Grill. I think we've found 6 minutes. Son of a bitch, you guys. Son of a bitch. Oh my gosh. Gapway Baptist Church. Is there any connections? Gapway Baptist Church and Solid Rock.
I'll start looking as well.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Dude, this is the exact time. This is crazy. You go from the pawn shop to Gapway Baptist Church. The person you're supposed to meet isn't there. I wish I could see the route. I can't wait to get back to the computer. I'm serious. I'm almost about to pull over and whip out the computer station and sit on the road for a minute and pull this damn map up. There's got to be a connection between, and I bet you, think about it. You're driving from the pawn shop. You're meet at Gapway Baptist Church. Hey, you want to sign the papers? You want this thing done with? Oh, shit. You want this thing done with? You want this thing done with? Meet me at Gapway Baptist Church and I'll sign the papers. I'm out here meeting with somebody. We're doing some things. Then she gets to Gapway Baptist Church. Nobody's in the parking lot. Well, shoot. Yeah, I'll be just a few more minutes. All right, let me go down here and kill some time. Let me go down here and kill some time. Get some gas. I didn't really have to go to the bathroom, but I'll go ahead and go to the bathroom. It doesn't matter what skin color it is, Tiffany. You got to remember, JP was playing piano at all those churches around there, remember? Sometimes he would even skip his services to go play piano at other churches just to try and connect.
And Katrina said I must tell you that it's 17 minutes. She checked Cathedral Bible College. That's 17 minutes.
What's Cathedral Bible College? The connection to Gapway Baptist? Or
No, I think it's just an alternative that she checked, that she told me to tell you about.
yeah, it's got to be Gapway. Yeah, he would go to all these churches around the area and go play piano to try and network. And sometimes other people would fill in for services, and he would go to other churches to kind of network. Oh, you know what? It's just too much. You're doing nothing but spreading misinformation, telling to go watch other. I've already had enough. See you later. Thank you. There's other channels you can go watch. I'm not saying that it was anybody at any of these churches. It could have been, just like I said, hey, meet me at Gapway Baptist Church. I was doing some whatever over here. Come meet me over here. I mean, think, like, wouldn't that be trust? Wouldn't you be trusting? Like, if JP would have said, "Hey, if you want this divorce final, I'll sign the damn papers. Just meet me at Gapway Baptist Church. I'm over here doing some work. Meet me in the parking lot. I'll sign them real quick." That's why wouldn't she? Like, if you're going to a church, she's probably like, "Oh, okay. Nothing bad can happen in the parking lot, but I still want to bring protection just in case. But I don't think anything bad's going to happen in a church parking lot." Well, then when you get there, it was just a decoy. Then when you get there, you're like, wait a minute. Oh, hey, meet me up here. We went to the state park working on some things. Just meet me up here. Sorry. I forgot to message you. Because she was an hour out. Then she would have been put, but what's, that would entice her to want to come out there even more. Hey, meet me in this church parking lot.
Especially if she really, really does want to get that legality over with.
Yeah. And then she's already up there, so if it's like, hey, we moved it to another spot. Sorry, I forgot to message you. She's going to be in the position where she's like, oh, well, I've already driven an hour up here. What's another few? I might as well just go there too, because I'm really trying to just get it done and over. The Bible college is JP's dad's stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, 17 minutes from there?
Yeah.
Oh. I wonder if is there any I wonder if JP did any sermons at the Gapway Baptist Church.
I'll see what I can find out. For
Yeah,
both.
see if there's Gapway Baptist, JP Miller. See if anything comes up. Because then if he's doing doing something, helping out, she might know about it. Oh yeah, he was doing work with so and so. But even if not, just the fact that it's a church. It would sound like a legit, safe meeting spot, right?
Definitely.
It could have been that too. Well, yeah, we'll dig more into it. It's like I messaged your father Michael. I told him we will find the truth, and I made a promise, and I usually don't use the word promise, but I told him I promise, and I mean it. We're going to find the truth. We will. We want to get your divorce final and over with. They weren't sticking to it, and it could have been one of these things too. It could have been. It didn't even have to be JP. It could have been JP saying, "Go meet so and so if you want we'll sign the papers. My copy's already signed. Meet so and so you can sign your part, and we'll be done." It's about the papers, not necessarily the person who measures. What was the one thing she wanted the most? She wanted the divorce final. What's the one thing that you would consider going into a dangerous situation? You want the divorce done. What would make you want to go buy a weapon before? You know you're going to a dangerous situation, but you want the divorce done. Not necessarily the person, it's the object or the goal. That's a beautiful car right in front of us, man. Ooh, it's toasty. I'm gonna have to pull over soon and put my shorts on.
Okay, so I'm not seeing anything like straight away, but I'll keep looking.
What are you looking for? Sorry, I forgot.
Just in terms of the Gapway Baptist Church and anything to do with
Oh,
JP.
with JP. Yeah, Randall had his hand in all the pots. We're going to be going by Mr. Randall's church tomorrow. I'm going to take you by Mr. Randall's church. Well, Rebecca, if you listen to the family says that she was getting ready to expose JP for a lot of things. And that included financial stuff. There's your reason. Plus, he's worth several $1 million. And they were about to get a divorce. There's a lot of reasons that he would want to have done that. And then you look at his history with abuse. You look at his history with like hell, running over people. Loose cannon.
And if you think about the amount of stuff that Micah must have known about him, his dealings, his associates, it's like she was in a position to know everything, but wanted a divorce. So.
Right. Yeah, 5.8, 5.9, several mil. That's a lot. That's a lot to give up. Especially when you were the one that committed adultery. So, you know, when you commit adultery and then you are getting a divorce, they slap your ass hard because something that's not supposed to happen in the first place. So you can imagine what she was looking to receive based off the situation. I mean, hell, how many true crime cases are out there where there's a cheating husband, they're going to get a divorce and he doesn't want to lose the money and he wants to keep his new girl. It's the same old story, same old song and dance, unfortunately, with this situation.
Yeah, that is true.
There's so many of them. It's one of the more motivating factors to have these sickos commit the crimes that they do. And when somebody's getting ready, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just saying, I think that I kind of feel like Africa also, there was something to do with that, kind of played into it as well, in a way.
And then when you look at the divorce and the fact that he was the one that committed adultery, so you know how much percentage she was going to get right off the bat. Then you talk about all the stuff that she was going to expose. He would have been left with nothing, I bet. So me keep my worth at 5-6 million, or be broke and start from scratch, and then my new girlfriend will leave me because I can't provide the fun that I was providing before. My current wife is upset. So he's losing her. He would have been left with nothing all over the place. He had so many reasons. Now, it doesn't make sense to me, and we brought it up a couple days ago, is how in the hell is the due date for the invoice for the funeral home dated the same day that she passed, when he was supposedly busy until later on? How in the hell was all the jewelry? Remember, because he said, I told the family to pick out whatever jewelry they wanted, but because I'm paying for it, it had to be cheap. So you're telling me that within the same day of her passing, he contacted them, got the approval on every single piece of jewelry that was listed, and that's at the same time as he's initially texting the family about the news, saying this is what happens when you make somebody divorce somebody that they love and you tell them that they don't need medication. They somehow agreed to all those jewelry items during that same day? A whole list of specific item jewelry, all on the same day, the 27th. Yeah, the total was in the bottom right. There's 2 pages. And when you see paid, we'll be showing you. There's last night we got photos of real copies of the invoices from that funeral home. Why didn't it have a paid stamp on it? So he took the picture before he paid it? Plus, when you look at the brackets and the categories where it's separated between items and all those, it's a different category. It doesn't even have due date on that one, where the one that he took a picture of where it shows due date. If you look at a real invoice, it doesn't even have due date in that section. Doesn't even have it. That whole due date, 6/27, right under the description section. It doesn't make sense. I want to know what's blocked out too, Heather. Those couple little items at the bottom for 22 and 2,500. Yeah. What were those items?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Let's block it out.
Uh-huh. For what? Ooh, it's getting hot. The AC is full blast. Yeah, I need to pull over soon and switch into my shorts, tank top. No, my Freon's good. It's freaking 90 some degrees. It's 11 in the morning where I'm at, so it's toasty hot already. Hell, it was probably toasty hot at 9 a.m. I don't have one of those fancy cars that tells me the temperature outside. It's just hot. Yeah, real feel already 95 at 11:30. Yeah. I was hoping to be driving most of the time through the dark, but I slept through my alarms. I was only trying to get like an hour nap, and it was a weird time at night. Usually I'm going to bed, not just taking an hour nap, so it was a weird time. No, it said due date. It said due date. But that's the thing. I'm going to show you guys tonight. I'll show you the difference between the real invoice and that invoice that he put up. I'll show you the differences. There's differences. And I'll show you. Last voicemail to JP, I might have, but I don't think so. Whew. It is freaking hot, man. Damn. It's going to feel good when I get this tank top and shorts on. It's going to feel cold in here again. Trust me.
Do you have to wait for a place to stop?
Yeah, I'm just going to stop somewhere and get gas while I do it. Just two birds, one stone. Probably go to the bathroom too, just to knock it out.
3 birds.
Yeah, it's yeah. If there's a video, Katrina, drop it. We'll check it out. I might have. I don't think I have, but I might have. I'm so ready for this protest tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if the damn invoice is fake, honestly. I'll show you guys the difference tonight. It all has to do with the due date. The due date, the date of the due date, the position of where it says due date compared to the other invoice, the fact that the due date of the invoice was due the same day that she passed. But the thing is that can be normal. And this is why I keep repeating the fact of all the listed jewelry items and how JP came out with a video saying that he told the family they could pick whatever jewelry they wanted. Since he was paying for it, it had to be cheap. So you're telling me JP in the same day as telling them and blaming them for Micah, the same day they responded with the final list of jewelry items and then got it in time for them to type up an invoice for him to get it? I mean, it just... Why you need to stick to cooking shows, Tiffany? What do you mean? You're a smart cookie, Tiffany. What do you mean? You don't need to know. You don't need to go watch no cooking shows. Trolls do. Ooh, it's hot. Did Katrina say she has a video of that?
Not yet. Hold on.
All right, I think... Yeah, here we go. We got some gas stations coming up. We'll pull over here. Get it changed up.
I'll get the video ready so long as it's here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get gas, go to the bathroom, and then change into shorts. Be back on. So probably like 10 minutes.
Should I play something else in the meantime and then wait until you're back before the voicemail? Or...
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, whatever you want. Whatever you want. All right. Man, it's hot.
Okay, how about this 17-minute video from the Mystery Project? It says Micah Miller's story, JP's dad, Reginald Wayne Miller, the full story. Does that sound good?
Yeah, whatever you want to watch. I won't be able to watch most of it, so it's really whatever you feel. If there's any gas pump here. Oh, there's no gas pumps. Dang. Shoot. People are waiting. Well, we'll just head back up this way. Let's see here.
May Detective Agency, a little bit more love, y'all. She's got over 2,000 subscribers now. She's like almost at 2,200 subscribers, and this is the newest video she put out today. Let's go. Make sure you go subscribe to all these people, y'all. The links are going to be down in the bio.
Welcome to, or welcome back to, the Agatha May Detective Agency. I'm Agatha May, and before I get started on today's video, I want to thank the absolute flood of new subscribers and all of the lovely comments you're leaving. A huge thank you to Patrick at the Mystery Project for sending people my way.
Whoa! Agatha May! Thank you. Thank you for the shout out. Y'all, she is so sweet. Go make sure you go subscribe to her channel, y'all. Yeah, show her some love. Show her some love. That was awesome. She didn't have to do that. Thank you, Agatha. You probably seeing this too.
It really means so much to me that you guys are engaging on the videos and leaving comments and saying such nice things. Like, seriously, I'm the client. Talk amongst yourselves. Now, I am planning on doing regular videos to answer the questions and respond to some of the comments. I'm not ignoring you. I promise. I read every comment that is left. And you guys really are you're awesome. Well, all except for one of you, and you know who you are.
Oh man, she's got a troll.
So today's episode is The Great Evangelist That Never Was, the Gloryland Years. Reginald Wayne Miller was...
Oh God, here we go.
Born on September...
Reginald Wayne Miller.
Inez Cusack Miller. I think he prefers to go by Wayne, so I'm going to call him Reggie. Reggie grew up on a farm in Hemingway,
Agatha,
South Carolina.
Stella,
Hemingway is a small town in Williamsburg County. In 2022, the population was 421.
Oh, damn, that's tiny.
During Reggie's school days, though, the population was a booming 800 to 950 people.
Whoa.
From a young age, Reggie played the piano and played in recitals. He became quite the accomplished pianist and still plays the piano today. Now, believe it or not, Reggie graduated from Hemingway High School at the age of 16. And then he attended Baptist College in Charleston and graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Music in 1969. The Florence Morning News published an article about Reggie on September 14th of 1969. He had played the piano for the local Music Lovers Club.
Debbie, I know, right? Yeah, she was so sweet for that.
From the article, quote, "The guest was graduated from Hemingway High School and entered Baptist College at the age of 16. The article also states that in 1969 he traveled and studied in Europe. After Reggie came home from Europe, he taught private piano lessons and was a music teacher in the Hemingway area school system. In 1970, he decided he needed to become a preacher man.
Oh, Lord.
So he began preaching at Tabernacle United Methodist Church in Pamplico, South Carolina.
Tabernacle. Where my French Canadians at? Call this tabernacle.
Now, the 70s
Crazy as hell.
were a time when there was a huge
Julia,
rise
thank you.
in celebrity evangelism. And it was the time of Jim Bakker and Jerry Falwell, Oral Roberts, Pat Robertson, Jimmy Swaggart, and Billy Graham.
Oh, damn.
However, the majority of them lost their empires due to infidelity. I think Reggie desperately wanted to be a well-known evangelist. He had big plans. Unfortunately, the only part of being a celebrity evangelist that he got right was the infidelity bit. On September 27th of 1972, Wayne posted an advertisement in the Florence Morning News announcing that he would apply to the Secretary of State for the Eleemosynary Corporation under the name of Florence Tabernacle. Now, eleemosynary is just a fancy word for dependent on charity. According to the announcement, the purpose of Florence Tabernacle was for, quote, the proclamation of the full gospel of Jesus Christ, salvation, deliverance, and divine healing, end quote. Reg was also still teaching private piano lessons. In 1974, Reggie became engaged and married his first wife, Susan Fleming. 1977 was a very big year for Reggie. He had expanded Florence Tabernacle to include a television program named Good Morning, Jesus, and it's starring himself, of course. The church also operated a Bible Institute and a bookstore. Reggie held a telethon that year to raise money for Good Morning, Jesus, and pulled in $200,000, which was a record for the television station. Now, that is over $1 million in today's money.
Gee.
By the fall of 1977, he had announced that Gloryland Bible College was in the works. Now, can there be a more Southern evangelical sounding name than Gloryland? However, it also sounds like it could be an amusement park where all the rides send you to the great beyond.
Sounds like it's the wrong word at the end.
In 1978, Reggie took out a full-page ad in the Florence Morning News celebrating the 6th anniversary of Florence Tabernacle and sharing his plans for the future of Gloryland. These plans included a K-12 school, recreational facilities, camping facilities, mobile home park,
charity, yep,
orphanage, home for the aged, horses, fishing, petting zoo, life-size replica of Old Testament tabernacle, and a nature park for meditation. July 1st of
He's hilarious.
1978, there was a groundbreaking for Gloryland. Now, Gloryland was supposed to be on 484 acres that Florence Tabernacle was going to purchase, but
Dear Lord, that's huge.
in reality, there ended up only being about 22 acres. Reginald
Haven't got to use that one in a while.
Wayne Miller did not get everything he wanted. In May of 1979, the Millers welcomed a bouncing bundle of narcissism into the world and named him John Paul.
That was easy.
Now, little did Reg know that 42 years later, his son would preach a sermon titled, Who'd You Daddy? And would tell his congregation that, quote, my dad never got Father of the Year award, not even once. He did, however, he did provide for us. And if we were ever in trouble, he was the first one to take care of us and bail us out. But
bail you out, literally? Literally?
Other than that, we didn't really see
Delinda, thank you so much. Delinda, we hit it too. You are insane. Thank you.
him much at all growing up. As much as Reginald built up his church/compound in the 1970s, the 1980s were the beginning of his downfall. Well, his first downfall.
Oh, God. This man had a lot of downfalls, eh?
By 1980, Reggie had changed the name of his church to Tabernacle Baptist Church and was happily building his Gloryland compound. He had placed the former church building up for sale. Now, on April 25th of that year, the former church building went up in flames. 3 firemen suffered injuries trying to put out the blaze. SLED, which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, investigated it as a suspicious fire, but no charges
Linda, thank you. Angie, thank you.
were ever filed. Reggie said the sale of the church was partially completed, and he wasn't even sure who really owned it at that point. He also stated there was no insurance on it, and he didn't know anything about the fire. Quote,
There was no insurance on it. I highly doubt that.
I have no idea how the fire started. Our fellowship hall burned down 4 years ago, and police told me it was the work of arsonists. End quote. On August 20th, 1982, Gloryland officially
These people are just crazy as hell.
began classes, and the church held a dedication on January 2nd of 1983 for the new church building on the Gloryland campus. Through the 1980s, Reggie continued to grow Gloryland, adding buildings, a kindergarten, a daycare, and who knows what else. In February of 1985, Reggie published an ad in the Florence Morning News about a seminar on how to be a profitable businessman, which is exactly what a pastor is not supposed to be.
That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. He's a pastor and he's like, how you're not a failure.
So in this ad, at the bottom, in tiny letters, Reg wrote, as a child, Pastor Miller was totally paralyzed from the waist down by polio. Under the influence of the Oral Roberts ministry, his mother believed for his healing. He was totally healed.
Whoa. Stella, thank you.
End quote. I don't believe you, Reginald. For those of you who don't know, Oral Roberts not only had an unfortunate name, but also had an unfortunate personality. He was the pioneer of televangelism and started the idea of the prosperity gospel.
Priscilla, yeah, she is wonderful.
Now, he claimed to be a faith healer and claimed he could raise people from the dead. Doesn't that sound familiar, John Paul? I'm looking at you.
You what? Dang.
In reality, the only thing Oral Roberts raised was millions of dollars, and he liked to spend it on himself. One of his obituaries claimed, he continued to wear his Italian silk suits, diamond rings, and gold bracelets, airbrushed out by his staff on publicity pictures. Well, it looks like someone forgot to do that in this pic, though. The 1980s was also the time that Reggie started speaking out about obscenity and started an organization named Citizens Against Pornithology. That's just giving it a name that YouTube will be happy with.
Whoa. You what?
I guess if we want, we can look at it as the study of dirty birds. Yelling against adult entertainment was kind of the thing for evangelicals back in the day. In the 70s, everyone was catching demons and needed to be exorcised. And in the 80s, I guess everyone was looking at dirty magazines. So,
oh my God.
Also, a lot of them who were yelling the loudest against such things were the ones doing those exact things behind everyone's back.
How dare you?
Right.
In a way to poke fun at the Citizens Against Pornithology, a group of anonymous citizens gave spoof awards to the group's members. And they would attend the council meetings and listen to Wayne and crew explain how dangerous pornithology is. And in 1986, the group gave Reggie the, quote, Larry Flint Hustler Magazine Award for the lovingly graphic description he gave council of a dirty video he watched, end quote.
The Larry Flint Award? Is that what they just said? The Larry Flint Award?
That's what I heard. Yeah.
He's like the owner of Penthouse. And he's like one of the most outspoken, or was one of the most outspoken, vulgar people. And they named an award after... Sorry, I'm just starting to hear it, and I just heard this. I'm like, what? Larry Flint Award? Can you rewind it just a little bit, like maybe 45 seconds?
Yeah.
For a minute? That's crazy. They named an award after him and gave it to the pastor? They're talking about Wayne Miller, right? Is that who they're talking about? Wayne Miller? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
The group gave Reggie the, quote, Larry Flint Hustler Magazine Award for the lovingly graphic description he gave counsel of a dirty video cassette he watched. End
What?
quote.
Yep.
What? Hustler? I thought it was Penthouse. It's Hustler? I don't know. That they're all the same. What the hell? For showing a video? Okay, I'm confused. I'm gonna have to watch this later on. I'm confused.
Sorry, it is confusing. I didn't even know who that was. So
Yeah. Oh, for real, Keister? Hey, what's up, Keister Bunny? Haven't seen you for a while. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. What the hell? Yeah, I gotta watch this again later.
Now, I was raised in an independent fundamental church, and I remember how the elders would watch or read certain things and then act like they only did it so they could tell people how sinful it was. You ain't fooling me, girly girl. So, have you been wondering how Reggie ended up with a doctorate degree? Now, I just figured he'd given himself a Gloryland version, but it's actually worse.
Oh, no.
In January of 1987, he received an honorary doctorate from Indiana Christian University, which was an unaccredited college, just like Reggie's. Now, instead of being a normal person and understanding that you don't go by doctor when you receive an honorary degree because it's just a gesture and not an actual degree, Reggie went on to be Dr. Wayne Miller. Now, by March of 87, so 3 months later, he's making the statement that he'd had a doctorate from Indiana Christian University and just leaving off the honorary part. Jerry Savelle was a guest speaker at Gloryland on July 22nd of 1988. Now, Jerry has been mentioned in true crime circles lately because of the rumor that he turned his back on Reggie after finding out about his alleged indiscretions in Pakistan.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry Savelle died less than 2 weeks before Micah. His cause of death hasn't been released.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay, who was that? Jerry what? And where? Where did all this take place? If anybody knows. Well, that's what we've been talking this whole time, Joel. You should stick around. That's all we've been talking. Yeah, who's the guy that passed away? Or you can just rewind it if you don't know. Who's the guy that passed away 2 weeks away from her?
Jerry Savelle was a guest speaker at Gloryland on July 22nd.
Jerry Savelle.
Now, Jerry has been mentioned in true crime circles lately because of the rumor
How
that
do
he
you
turned
spell
his
his
back on
name?
Reggie after finding out.
How do you spell his name? Does it show it on that? Hello?
Okay, sorry. I was talking on mute. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
How do you?
His first name is Jerry, spelled Jerry, and then his last name is Savelle.
And he died 2 weeks before Micah.
Yes, and he was outspoken about the events in Pakistan.
Whoa. And where did his passing take place? Same day as Micah's divorce file.
Yeah. It doesn't say where. It just says where he was a guest speaker, which was Gloryland.
Yeah, but that was in like 1980 something.
Yeah. I'll get you more info now, but I'll carry on playing the video. But she didn't say what. Sorry, I was on mute while I was telling you all of that.
That's okay. Huh. Jerry Savelle.
About his alleged indiscretions in Pakistan.
Katrina put the article in my chat.
Jerry Savelle died less than 2 weeks before Micah.
I'll get it now.
His cause of death hasn't been released. Now,
oh man,
I didn't realize he went back this far with Reggie. And in knowing that, like, how did he not know who Maggie Miller really was before recently?
Well, he knew. They just keep that
in
shit
1988, hush. Television station WPDE ran a 5-part expose on Reggie. In the expose, students from the college spoke about Reggie making inappropriate advances to them in previous years.
Oh my God.
How dare you! Later, in his and Susan's divorce, she alleges in an affidavit that there were women coming to her during that time, letting her know that Reggie was coming on to their husbands.
What?
I guess we know why he named it Gloryland now.
In Pakistan?
Oh, she didn't.
Oh, wow. This is some weird commentary from this channel.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, hey, yo. It's like, what? What kind of commentary is this?
That's what part of what's confusing me so much, because I can't hear. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's weird.
Did she?
And of course, Mac Daddy denied all of the allegations and put it down to, quote, disgruntled associates. Yeah, well, maybe
disgruntled associates.
You what?
Oh no.
They were disgruntled because they didn't want you to come on to him, Reggie. He also accused the television station of only running the expose because it was the first day of a new ratings period. Well, that's just smart business, Reg, and you should know that from the seminar you taught. Now, Reggie sued the television station, but in May of 1989, he withdrew the lawsuit. According to Reg's attorney, it was only dropped because Mac Daddy didn't want to put his family through additional financial and emotional strain. Sure, Reg. By the end of the 1980s, Reggie had Gloryland Bible colleges in Bermuda and Jamaica. I think this is how he started his quote-unquote mission work.
Oh, God.
In 1990, Donna Douglas, who played Ellie Mae Clampett on the Beverly Hillbillies, made a guest appearance at Gloryland, but not even Ellie Mae could repair the damage that was done by Reginald.
Oh, Lord.
On March 28th of 1993, the last advertisement for services at Gloryland ran in the newspaper.
The Mystery Project.
Reginald Wayne Miller left Florence in disgrace and headed to Myrtle Beach for a new incarnation. As far as I know, Reginald Miller is not under any current investigation, nor is he a subject of interest in any ongoing investigation. He is innocent until proven guilty. But even if someone does prove him guilty, he'll probably just deny it. I'll have part 2 of The Great Evangelist That Never Was soon.
Ooh!
So what?
Agatha
Oh
May.
my Lord! Can you pause it? Can you pause
Yeah,
this?
sorry. Yeah.
Is this another YouTube channel that they're watching? Because if it is, I'd rather just watch the channel itself instead of
Directly.
hearing.
Find it.
Ooh, hey! I'd rather just listen to the Agatha May Detective Agency. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just like, yo, like, what's up with the voiceovers? It's like it's Family Guy or something. I'm not trying to watch Family Guy right now. Agatha May YouTube. Detective Agatha May.
Okay. I've got it.
So she's doing all the different parts, and then they're just listening to all the different parts. Hey!
Yeah, no, her video was really good though.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I'm not saying anything about hers.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
saying
no.
the commentary's annoying. Like
Definitely.
I'm not trying to watch Family Guy. I'm trying to watch an episode on Micah and the weird, suspicious activity surrounding it.
Okay, so I wasn't the only one getting really confused there as well.
No,
Like,
I was actually starting to get annoyed, honestly.
okay, all right, good. 'Cause I thought
I could do without the Stewie cut-ins. Hey,
Don't get
Joe,
too good at that. No.
watch out! You know, like I don't. It's not Family Guy.
All right, hold on a sec. Let me find the exact video of hers.
No, he doesn't talk too much. Speaking of Seymour, there's a prank call from The Simpsons from back in the day. Bart used to call on Mo at Moe's Tavern. Seymour? Yeah, Seymour Butts. Is there a Seymour Butts in here? Is there a Seymour Butts in here? Yeah. He would all giggle and shit. Yeah, check it out. The Simpsons, way back in the day. He'd call in Mo because his dad would be at the bar drinking. Then him and Milhouse would have a good laugh about it. It feels so much better in here now that I got shorts and a sleeve.
Oh, yeah. Not overheating anymore.
No.
Okay. I have the video and there's a part 2 already, so let me just get that already.
They just went into Reginald Wayne Miller's younger years or something, or
Sorry, CJ, you're cutting
what was
out.
the like summarization? Oh.
Welcome to, or welcome back to, the Agatha May Detective Agency. I'm Agatha May, and before I get started on today's video, I want to thank the absolute flood of new subscribers and all of the lovely comments you're leaving. A huge thank you to Patrick at the Mystery Project for sending people my way. It really means so much to me that you guys are engaging on the videos and leaving comments and saying such nice things. Like, seriously, I'm the client. Talk amongst yourselves. Now, I am planning on doing regular videos to answer the questions and respond to some of the comments. I'm not ignoring you, I promise. I read every comment that is left. And you guys really are you're awesome. Well, all except for one of you, and you know who you are.
Sorry, guys. For some reason, it's not showing the screen, even though it says it is. Hold on.
Welcome to, or welcome back to, the Agatha May Detective Agency. I'm Agatha May, and before I get started on today's video, I want to thank the absolute flood of new subscribers and all of the lovely comments you're leaving. A huge thank you to Patrick at the Mystery Project for sending people my way. It really means so much to me that you guys are engaging on the videos and leaving comments and saying such nice things. Like, seriously, I'm the client. Talk amongst yourselves. Now, I am planning on doing regular videos to answer the questions and respond to some of the comments. I'm not ignoring you, I promise. I read every comment that is left. And you guys really are you're awesome. Well, all except for one of you, and you know who you are. So, today's episode is The Great Evangelist That Never Was, The Gloryland Years. Reginald Wayne Miller was born on September 2nd, 1948, to Reg Kinley and Inez Cusack Miller. I think he prefers to go by Wayne, so I'm going to call him Reggie. Reggie grew up on a farm in Hemingway, South Carolina. Hemingway is a small town in Williamsburg County. In 2022, the population was 421. During Reggie's school days, though, the population was a booming 800 to 950 people. From a young age, Reggie played the piano and played in recitals. He became quite the accomplished pianist and still plays the piano today. Now, believe it or not, Reggie graduated from Hemingway High School at the age of 16. And then he attended Baptist College in Charleston and graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Music in 1969. The Florence Morning News published an article about Reggie on September 14th of 1969. He had played the piano for the local music lovers club. From the article, quote, "The guest was graduated from Hemingway High School and entered Baptist College at the age of 16. The article also states that in 1969 he traveled and studied in Europe. After Reggie came home from Europe, he taught private piano lessons and was a music teacher in the Hemingway area school system. In 1970, he decided he needed to become a preacher man. So he began preaching at Tabernacle United Methodist Church in Pamplico, South Carolina. Now, the 70s were a time when there was a huge rise in celebrity evangelism. And it was the time of Jim Bakker and Jerry Falwell, Oral Roberts, Pat Robertson, Jimmy Swaggart, and Billy Graham. However, the majority of them lost their empires due to infidelity. I think Reggie desperately wanted to be a well-known evangelist. He had big plans. Unfortunately, the only part of being a celebrity evangelist that he got right was the infidelity bit. On September 27th of 1972, Wayne posted an advertisement in the Florence Morning News announcing that he would apply to the Secretary of State for the Eleemosynary Corporation under the name of Florence Tabernacle. Now, eleemosynary is just a fancy word for dependent on charity. According to the announcement, the purpose of Florence Tabernacle was for, quote, the proclamation of the full gospel of Jesus Christ, salvation, deliverance, and divine healing, end quote. Reg was also still teaching private piano lessons. In 1974, Reggie became engaged and married his first wife, Susan Fleming. 1977 was a very big year for Reggie. He had expanded Florence Tabernacle to include a television program named Good Morning, Jesus, and it's starring himself, of course. The church also operated a Bible Institute and a bookstore. Reggie held a telethon that year to raise money for Good Morning, Jesus, and pulled in $200,000, which was a record for the television station. Now that is over $1 million in today's money. By the fall of 1970, it announced that Gloryland Bible College was in the works. Now, can there be a more Southern evangelical sounding name than Gloryland? However, it also sounds like it could be an amusement park where all the rides send you to the great beyond. In 1978, Reggie took out a full-page ad in the Florence Morning News celebrating the 6th anniversary of Florence Tabernacle and sharing his plans for the future of Gloryland. These plans included a K-12 school, recreational facilities, camping facilities, mobile home park, orphanage, home for the aged, horses, fishing, petting zoo, life-size replica of Old Testament tabernacle, and a nature park for meditation. July 1st of 1978, there was a groundbreaking for Gloryland. Now, Gloryland was supposed to be on 484 acres that Florence Tabernacle was going to purchase, but in reality, there ended up only being about 22 acres. Reginald Wayne Miller did not get everything he wanted. In May of 1979, the Millers welcomed a bouncing bundle of narcissism into the world and named him John Paul. Now, little did Reg know that 42 years later, his son would preach a sermon.
That makes sense.
And would tell his congregation,
That makes sense.
quote, my dad.
This video is
He was born in
fantastic.
1978. Now I know why he likes Back to the Future and all that stuff. Okay. I knew we probably grew up watching the same TV shows.
Dad never got Father of the Year award, not even once. He did, however, he did provide for us, and if we were ever in trouble, he was the first one to take care of us and bail us out. But other than that, we didn't really see him much at all growing up. As much as Reginald built up his church/compound in the 1970s, the 1980s were the beginning of his downfall. Well, his first downfall. By 1980, Reggie had changed the name of his church to Tabernacle Baptist Church and was happily building his Gloryland compound. He had placed the former church building up for sale. Now, on April 25th of that year, the former church building went up in flames. 3 firemen suffered injuries trying to put out the blaze. SLED, which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, investigated it as a suspicious fire, but no charges were ever filed. Reggie said the sale of the church was partially completed, and he wasn't even sure who really owned it at that point. He also stated there was no insurance on it, and he didn't know anything about the fire. Quote, I have no idea how the fire started. Our fellowship hall burned down 4 years ago, and police told me it was the work of arsonists. End quote. Sure, Reg, we believe you. On August 20th, 1982, Gloryland officially began classes and the church held a dedication on January 2nd of 1983 for the new church building on the Gloryland campus. Through the 1980s, Reggie continued to grow Gloryland, adding buildings, a kindergarten, a daycare, and who knows what else. In February of 1985, Reggie published an ad in the Florence Morning News about a seminar on how to be a profitable businessman, which is exactly what a pastor is not supposed to be. So in this ad, at the bottom, in tiny letters, Reg wrote, "As a child, Pastor Miller was totally paralyzed from the waist down by polio. Under the influence of the Oral Roberts ministry, his mother believed for his healing. He was totally healed." End quote. I don't believe you, Reginald. For those of you who don't know, Oral Roberts not only had an unfortunate name, but also had an unfortunate personality. He was the pioneer of televangelism and started the idea of the prosperity gospel. Now, he claimed to be a faith healer and claimed he could raise people from the dead. Doesn't that sound familiar, John Paul? I'm looking at you. In reality, the only thing Oral Roberts raised was millions of dollars, and he liked to spend it on himself. One of his obituaries claimed, he continued to wear his Italian silk suits, diamond rings, and gold bracelets, airbrushed out by his staff on publicity pictures. Well, it looks like someone forgot to do that in this pic, though. The 1980s was also the time that Reggie started speaking out about obscenity and started an organization named Citizens Against Pornithology. That's just giving it a name that YouTube will be happy with. And I guess if we want, we can look at it as the study of dirty birds. Yelling against adult entertainment was kind of the thing for evangelicals back in the day. In the 70s, everyone was catching demons and needed to be exorcised. And in the 80s, I guess everyone was looking at dirty magazines. So also, a lot of them who were yelling the loudest against such things were the ones doing those exact things behind everyone's back. In a way to poke fun at the Citizens Against Pornithology, a group of anonymous citizens gave spoof awards to the group's members. And they would attend the council meetings and listen to Wayne and crew explain how dangerous pornithology is. And in 1986, the group gave Reggie the, quote, Larry Flint Hustler Magazine Award for the lovingly graphic description he gave council of a dirty video cassette he watched, end quote. Now, I was raised in an independent fundamental church, and I remember how the elders would watch or read certain things and then act like they only did it so they could tell people how sinful it was. You ain't fooling me, girly girl. So have you been wondering how Reggie ended up with a doctorate degree? Now, I just figured he'd given himself a Gloryland version, but it's actually worse. In January of 1987, he received an honorary doctorate from Indiana Christian University, which was an unaccredited college, just like Reggie's. Now, instead of being a normal person and understanding that you don't go by doctor when you receive an honorary degree because it's just a gesture and not an actual degree, Reggie went on to be Dr. Wayne Miller. Now, by March of 87, so 3 months later, he's making the statement that he'd had a doctorate from Indiana Christian University and just leaving off the honorary part. Jerry Savelle was a guest speaker at Gloryland on July 22nd of 1988. Now, Jerry has been mentioned in true crime circles lately because of the rumor that he turned his back on Reggie after finding out about his alleged indiscretions in Pakistan. Jerry Savelle died less than 2 weeks before Micah. His cause of death hasn't been released. Now, I didn't realize he went back this far with Reggie. And in knowing that, like, how did he not know who Mac Daddy Miller really was before recently? In 1988, television station WPDE ran a 5-part expose on Reggie. In the expose, students from the college spoke about Reggie making inappropriate advances to them in previous years. Later, in his and Susan's divorce, she alleges in an affidavit that there were women coming to her during that time, letting her know that Reggie was coming on to their husbands. I guess we know why he named it Gloryland now. And of course, Mac Daddy denied all of the allegations and put it down to, quote, disgruntled associates. Yeah, well, maybe they were disgruntled because they didn't want you to come on to them, Reggie. He also accused the television station of only running the expose because it was the first day of a new ratings period. Well, that's just smart business, Reg, and you should know that from the seminar you taught. Now, Reggie sued the television station, but in May of 1989, he withdrew the lawsuit. According to Reg's attorney, it was only dropped because Mac Daddy didn't want to put his family through additional financial and emotional strain. Sure, Reg. By the end of the 1980s, Reggie had Gloryland Bible colleges in Bermuda and Jamaica. I think this is how he started his quote-unquote mission work. In 1990, Donna Douglas, who played Ellie Mae Clampett on the Beverly Hillbillies, made a guest appearance at Gloryland, but not even Ellie Mae could repair the damage that was done by Reginald. On March 28th of 1993, the last advertisement for services at Gloryland ran in the newspaper. Reginald Wayne Miller left Florence in disgrace and headed to Myrtle Beach for a new incarnation. As far as I know, Reginald Miller is not under any current investigation, nor is he a subject of interest in any ongoing investigation. He is innocent until proven guilty. But even if someone does prove him guilty, he'll probably just deny it. I'll have part 2 of The Great Evangelist That Never Was soon. Thank you so much for watching. Please like, subscribe, and comment, which will help my channel grow. Until next time, stay safe and be happy.
She's really good.
Sorry, it's been choppy for me. I'm in the mountains here, if you guys can see it.
Oh, and that was a really, really good video. I'm going to play part 2, but I have to go and check on something, so I'll have to play it when I'm back. I'm really sorry.
That's fine. I'll have to check it out when I'm not on the road.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Because I haven't really been able to hear any of it, most of it, some of it.
Okay.
No, go ahead and do. I'm just chatting.
Okay, yeah,
Go
sorry.
ahead and do whatever you got to do. See, left lane is closed. Yeah, I can't see Chad either. So just be patient, please. What is this Toyota truck here? Oh, my sinuses. Just a little bit of road construction here. Oh, damn. That car almost drove into the barrier. Excuse me. It's not too bad. Just the last time I came through here, it was stop and go for a bit. Whoa. All right, now we're moving. I'm feeling pretty good. I think we will end up having a show tonight. Waynesville. I think we'll end up having a show tonight. Got about 3 hours of sleep, something like that. It is. It's a beautiful day. You guys get to see the mountains in the background. The construction cones. There's more of the mountains. Here, since she's taking a break, let's do the solo. There you go. Boy, those are steep mountains, steep hills, way off into the. Oh, look at that! That looks cool. Rock. That was. Is that fake? No, that's real. Oh, that's neat. All that rock underneath, and then they carved it out like that. That's so cool. Oh, that's neat. Oh yeah, we're making progress. I got about got about 6 hours left. Six hours. Yeah, I'm feeling a show tonight. I'm feeling a late show. I think I'm gonna schedule it for 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I think is what we're gonna make it. We'll hang out for a few hours tonight. And I think I might. No, I can't stay up too late because I got to get up real early tomorrow. But we'll be having more late shows coming up this week because we'll be out. I'm not always going to be live on location this week, but I'm still going to be going out to different spots. Some days I'm just going to be getting footage. Plan on doing one members live on one of those trips that I'm going to get footage. And we'll be having some late shows, though. Be having some late shows this week. Look at all that traffic over there. Glad I'm not over there. I wish I had one of those campers, though. That'd be sweet. Like the size of a mini U-Haul. It's nice and cool in here now. Yeah, it's going pretty quick. I should only have to stop for gas one more time. That's it. That should be it. Yeah, you can just send the links to my email. If anybody has any videos they want me to watch, just send it to my email or any of the social platforms. Whoa, what is this on the ground? What the hell is that? What the hell? It is hot. Feeling hot. Yeah, I'll have to check those videos out when I'm at the computer. I could barely even hear either one of those. I would get little bits and pieces of it, maybe a minute or two. Then it would start getting choppy again. It was kind of hard to follow. A little hard to follow. This is a different way, I feel. For some reason, like, then I was out in the middle of the boonies. I don't know why. I never had to go in the middle of the boonies on this trip. Dun. Beautiful skies. Then I got some, we're going to have some game nights too coming up. Some game nights too. So, what do you know? I guess they remains of a child in Tennessee. Does anybody know? I see a lot of Summer Wells pictures with the headlines about remains being found in Tennessee. A 16-year-old in Hendersonville? What? Hendersonville? Where was that? Found in a cemetery. What? Who found the... Who found... Aw, it's the anniversary. Whoa. A 14-year-old girl found... A 14-year-old girl... What, Terry Lynn's 14? Wait a minute. A 14-year-old or Terry Lynn? That's a big difference there, because I don't. What? Okay, which is it? Because Terry Lynn's not 14. She's like 54. She's not 14. She's like 54. So that's a huge difference. Oh my gosh, Tiffany. Oh, you were making jokes. I was going to say, all I see her do is walk in circles. all I see saying, hey, for some people it's a show. For some people we actually do some real work. Some people it's just it's the optics, you know. Kind of like Charlie. Let's just drive around for a while and say we're searching. And then when we get out, we were at that park like 4 days ago and sleuthers pick up on it. Same spot. See the same leaf? The same foliage? No, a 13-year-old girl and her mother. What? I mean, I'm just being real, y'all. Go watch the tape. I just look at the difference. You know what I mean? That's like I told people. They're like, what are you talking? I was like, tally it up. Go through all the videos, tally up how many hours in the vehicle, and then how many hours actually in the grass. Even if it is the same spot that they've checked out 7 times in the last week. Hey, that's let's highball it, let's highball it for the benefit. You'll see what I mean. Even with the highballing, it's like 80% vehicle. Like with us, there's a reason we were in the vehicle, because we were on the road for 3 hours before we got there. But once we got there, it was nothing but work. Tiffany making jokes. So what the mom and the okay, hold on. Like did the 16-year-old just pass, or was this something that was that person there for a while? I can't check them, kid. I can't check them. Did somebody is it a recent passing with the 16-year-old, or is it like I'm not worried about the location or anything like that. I'm just curious who yeah, that's I just got to remove that for YouTube guideline purposes, Tiffany. But no, I'm just wondering if it was like a recent passing, or if it was where they've been there for a while. I mean, why would there be so many Summer Wells pictures going along with it? She's not even close to 16. Why would they keep having Summer Wells's photo being associated with it then? I don't understand that. That's weird because I see more like Sebastian's 15. At least 16 is close enough in age, right? But Summer Wells, why would people be having Summer Wells as? Because I see the majority of the headlines, the thumbnails with those headlines, the majority has Summer Wells' photo. It shows like, you guys see what I'm saying? On the left side, it's got her real photo, and then on the right side, it's got the age progression photo. And I see a lot of that being on the headline. So I'm like, whoa. Yeah, she went missing at 5. It's only been 3. She ain't no 15, 16. She ain't 16. That's what I'm wondering. Like, what the heck? I don't understand that comment, hide and seek. What do you mean? Put one in chat about candles being placed? I don't know. That's kind of gross. I don't know what that means, but it's kind of gross. I don't think anybody was putting candles around it, so I don't understand that. Yeah, I'm fine. Let me see. Let me go to full screen if she's gone. There we go. We'll just go full screen for you. And let me... No, the pic was for the body that was found. Such and such found in Tennessee! Exclamation point. And then, because I was sitting there thinking, this is, you see the headlines and you see the thumbnails just at a glance. I'm like, oh wow, it's somebody similar to Summer Wells's age and gender. That's what but I didn't have time to check any of it out. I just saw the thumbnail and the titles, and I was like, oh wow. Because at first I thought, oh, is it Sebastian? And then I saw Summer. Oh, well, they must know the gender and the age. Oh, it sucks when you get behind slow traffic and all the cars on the right are. Now you gotta wait. Gotta wait your turn. Gotta wait your turn. It's gonna kind of tilt it up a little bit. Just metal roofing. It's toasty. All right. Let me see. I need to get in the right lane. Okay. Right. I should be good. Blue Ridge Parkway. Speed limit 55. Is everything okay with Rosie, Katrina? Let's see. Bat Cave, exit 49. That sounds cool. I'm doing good. I'm actually, I'm feeling like I got a fresh 8 hours sleep, and I've only been on the road for an hour. That's what I feel like. And I only have about 6 hours. Doing pretty good. Oh, her mama's sick? Oh, no. This is some tight traffic. Oh. I can't. There's no way I can. I'd have to do it when I stop. I can, even though I got my chat next to my speedometer, normally I can just glance for a second and see a message, but right now I can't even. All I can do is just glance at that speedometer real quick and go right back. It'll have to be a bit. I'm driving. If I try and do that, who knows what might happen. Take 2 seconds away and I might end up in somebody's car, you know. And I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. I don't want to bore you guys. I can barely have a conversation with you with all this road construction. But I'd have to pull over to drop a link. There's no way you could be backstage, man. You have to have a link for that. Like I said, I can't pull over. I can't pull over right now, and I'm definitely not going to try and send one while I'm driving. 6 more, yeah, about 6. But I'm not going to be doing a show the whole time. We've already been going for 6.5 hours. Probably go just a skosh longer. And prayers for Rosie's mom. Yeah, when we're doing these on the road shows together, Rosie is able to like play the videos, and then kind of we can have discussions like that. She can watch chat and all that stuff. A wonderful co-host, so she's able to handle all the things that normally you'd be able to handle at a studio, but with me being on the road, I get to it's almost like I'm in the studio, but I'm not. So she basically handles all of the stuff studio wise, and I hang out with you guys and I chit chat with you. But her mom's having an emergency, so just prayers for her mom, and speedy recovery, because man, fevers are horrible. You can't load videos that want you to verify. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Just type it in YouTube search bar, and it should. I'm sure somebody may. That's the thing about YouTube. If you have a question about YouTube, just type it into the YouTube search bar. There's always somebody making a video about something that has to do with YouTube. Yeah, I've been on the road for, I think, 7 hours, 7.5, something like that, maybe 8. Actually, yeah, it's been about 8, I think. I'm over halfway, but I still got 6 hours. So. That's only when I'm on location, Tom. Like right now, I don't have that set up. It's set up for the long trip. But when I go on location, I set up my station.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm back.
Hey, I'm just. Is everything okay?
Yeah. Just I have a sick relative, so.
It's okay. I was telling them we already been going for 6.5 hours already.
Oh yeah. Wow, it doesn't feel that long.
Right? I've been driving about 8. No, I already stopped. How long ago did I stop?
Not
An hour, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, I probably won't. Because I only have to stop one more time before. And I still have 7/8 of a tank, so I won't have to. It won't be a while. Won't have to be for a while. Yeah, because if I stop now, I'm just adding another 20 minutes onto my trip, and 7/8 of a tank. I can't fill it up enough to not have to stop again. So it kind of defeats. Not another traffic jam. I want one of those motorcycles, man. The 3-wheelies. The 3-wheel motor. Them things are cool looking. Pack all the gear in that. Bro, I can't drop a link when I'm driving, man. Shit. I can't drop one when I'm not going to get in an accident to drop a link. And I'm not going to add 20 minutes onto my drive when it's already 15 hours. Because I can't fill up my gas tank enough to not have to fill it up before I get there. I'll be cutting it too close with that 6 hours. I'll be cutting it too close. And then I'll have to for sure stop again. So you're talking another 45 minutes added on. And I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, when you're driving that long, you have to, like, every minute counts.
We got plenty of time. You know what I mean? We got plenty of time. I have to talk to you about something anyway, by the way. So I do want you to come on, but I have to talk to you about that. So we'll have you on, trust me. But I'm not getting in an accident to send a link. I'm just saying. I already explained it like 10 minutes ago. I can't. I'm not going to do it. It's too dangerous. Thank God I have Rosie to be able to read all the comments and stuff like that.
Oh.
Without you, I don't know how I could do these, you know. So,
Oh, you'd be fine. I'm sure.
I'd just be telling you what's on my mind. It wouldn't be any kind of conversation because it's hard to know what people are messaging, you know, just because I have to have my eyes on the road.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
But I think it's also nice to make the drive feel quicker for you. Otherwise, it's just like, you know, staring ahead of you for 15 hours. It's probably makes it feel much.
It's like, you know, kid was like, "How you holding up?" And I was like, "Man, I feel like I got a great night's sleep, and I've only been driving for an hour. That's what I feel like right now." And I've already been on the road for 8, and I only got like 2 or 3 hours of sleep. So, yeah, it definitely helps, you know, these drives go by so quick, because that's the hardest part about doing these is the time that it takes. I'm not hopping on a plane and it only takes an hour or 2-hour flight to get somewhere, and then you add the energy that it naturally takes just to drive that long.
Right.
So it definitely helps make the from A to B go a lot easier, a lot smoother. My mind, it kind of like it keeps my mind busy. It kind of tricks my mind, like, no, this trip didn't take 15 hours.
Right.
It only took 2. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we can help in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine driving somewhere 15 hours. I've never done that before.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've been doing it a lot, and I'll be doing it a lot. I got to think about I really got to try and find another vehicle. I'm already hitting like the 220 range.
Mm. Yeah, I guess that comes with the territory.
Yeah. All the miles. I mean, hell, it's like, how many miles is it one way? I think it's like 800 miles one way or something. So you got to think about it. Each trip is 1,600 miles. Just the there and back, not to mention all the driving at home and all the driving that I got to do when I'm out there. I mean, hell, how many times did I go to Lumber River? How many times did I go to Myrtle Beach? You know, you're talking an hour, 2 hours, an hour, 2 hours.
Adds up.
It adds up, yeah. It adds
Yeah.
up. Definitely does. Hell, like I was at 180 some thousand when we went down for Riley. I think I was at 180, somewhere around there. No, 190. Yeah, 190 something.
190.
Yeah, 190. 190. 90 something. 190 something. Yeah. I don't know. What's the weather supposed to be like in Myrtle Beach for the next week?
On my side, it says sunny on Saturday. No. Storms from Tuesday. But it probably doesn't tell me the truth.
Oh, we're going to have storms this week?
That's...
Wow. I guess I'll get a lot of... Because I'm not going to take footage in the rain. So if there's days that it's raining, I'll probably just hang out and do some shows. And I really need to like go through all my footage and start uploading it for you guys. That's what I'll do. If there's some rainy days this week, I'll make sure the rainy day I'm gonna upload stuff for you guys, because then I won't be out driving around. I won't be out going to locations. I'll basically just be sitting inside, so I'll just start uploading stuff.
Well, maybe get somebody more reliable to confirm that, because...
No, I'm just saying if there is.
Yeah, when I Google it, it's... Wait, it says your real field temperature is 38 degrees Celsius right now? Are you okay?
I don't know what is that Fahrenheit?
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on.
I'm fine. I got my sleeveless and my shorts on now, and the AC's full blast. I should be freezing my ass off, but I'm not. But I'm comfortable. But I'm sure it's hot as shit out there, because I'm blasting the AC and I'm not freezing my ass off. So I'm sure it's hot as hell out there.
No, it must be a mistake. See, I told you it doesn't say the truth. Because it says it's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That doesn't.
Oh, really?
What does it? But that's just the real field.
It's got to be higher than that. 94 feels like 99. She says, I see another. Go ahead.
And she says there's been a break in the Rachel Morren case.
Really? They found the dude? Because they had his DNA.
Let me look.
I see CJ in a comment too, but I don't know what it says. I just saw kids because it's short.
It says 80% chance of rain today and then very low for the next week in Myrtle Beach area.
Oh, so it's supposed to rain today. That's good. We're not going anywhere today. We're just going to be hanging out. And then I'll be back on tonight at like 7:30 Eastern. So it'll be like a normal night show. I'll be back on tonight. So I want to dig more into the map. I want to look into that video. I want to get into the pawn shop video. I want to get into all the footage. I want to do a footage, photos, and alibis. Or stories, whatever you want to refer to them as. That's what I want to get into tonight. And these invoices too.
Yeah, those are.
So we're gonna have I haven't been on in a Saturday night for a while, or a Friday night, because usually I'm traveling.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I haven't been on for a Saturday night. I feel good. I miss Saturday nights. Saturday nights were like my favorite night to be streaming. Not too much Friday, but Saturday. I love Saturday nights.
CJ is heading back to Myrtle Beach. Dawn. Just in time for the protest.
Yep. Be going to the protest tomorrow.
Michael says Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 10% chance of rain in Myrtle Beach.
Cool.
So it definitely told me the right thing.
Just today it might rain.
Do you want me to look for a new video to play?
Yeah, I think I'm past the choppy part, so I'll be able to listen. There was let me see here. Trying to think. Let me see.
Oh dear, you're cutting out.
I need Starlink.
Okay, I heard that part.
Yeah, I need Starlink. Damn it, the RV Starlink. That's gotta. By the end of the year, I have to. This, because I'm like the internet at my home ain't that great anyway, so I might as well just be paying for RV Starlink because it's the same damn price. It's just the damn startup is like $700. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, it's like $700 to start up. But after that, it's the same damn price as my internet at home. You know? That's the shitty thing about opportunities. It's the same damn price. You just need the startup.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck.
Yeah, that's actually terrible. It's like, oh.
Right. But man, imagine, like, I wouldn't even, I could have my station up the whole time. You know?
Sorry, CJ, I really can't hear you. I don't know if chat can, but
Yeah,
it's
see what I mean?
robot CJ for
Freaking
me.
sad. Damn internet.
Can you guys hear him?
Probably not.
I heard the probably not.
Probably not.
It's better than nothing.
Probably not.
I heard it again. You see, you're fine.
Yes.
All right, let me try and.
Yet, go ahead.
No, I'm just re-coordinating.
Oh, okay.
I'm still learning how to screen share because I know that you're experienced with it and you know where everything is, and I get.
What do you need help? What do you need help with?
No. It's just about like finding things again and like going through tabs. I'm learning. I'm learning. Give me a minute.
Oh, you're good. You know what? This might be why you're good. Okay. So say you pull up a video, right, to screen share. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After you pull it up, when you see how we have the layout like it is right now, go ahead and pull up something to screen share. It'll be easier to kind of show you as you have it up.
Okay, hold on.
So say we're watching a video. Okay. And by the way, I did make a recording of how to edit with StreamYard. There's a lot of people that have reached out to me over the last, especially the last 6 months, that's asked for me to give advice or to show them how with StreamYard. So I did make a video yesterday on how to make edits, and use StreamYard. And so I'm going to be, I'll be dropping that. And what I'll probably do is I'll probably upload on my launch channel because I don't need to upload it to the True Crime channel. I'll upload the StreamYard how to
Sorry, CJ, it's choppy.
Fine. Freaking it.
Yes, must be glitchy. Because choppy sounds stupid in my accent. Glitchy. That's better. I'm sure he'll be right back. Sorry, everyone. I forgot the word glitchy. That's what I wanted to say. No, Busby. I didn't think you were. It's just I blanked out on the word glitchy, and then I said it's getting choppy, and I don't know. It didn't sound right. Yeah, I know you understand, Crispy. I know. Okay, hold on. I'm just getting that video. Yes, cutting out. Much better.
Who knows, Sadie? Somewhere. No clue. I'm somewhere. I know I'm 5.5 hours away. That's what I know. That's the best I can tell you.
Okay, so this is a video that was mentioned earlier. Let me get it. It's also a voicemail video.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, so I pulled up the video. What were you gonna say that you were gonna tell me once I? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's my connection. Just see it.
Oh dear. Shame for CJ. Every time I play a video, it gets glitchy for him, and he misses the videos. I'll wait for him to. I'm sure he won't be long. There he is. Back.
I don't know if you know. It just came back in. Can you hear me okay?
That sounds better. That does sound better.
Yeah, just let me pop back in. Okay, so what you can do is when you're done watching that, right? So you don't have to constantly do the screen share. Just leave it screen shared on that tab and change the layout so it gets rid of the video. It still keeps the screen share up, but change the layout, right? So watch, change the layout. Okay.
Okay.
No, it's StreamYard 101. Hey, at least you're better than a fake paralegal that don't know the term of threat, okay? All right? This is StreamYard 101. This is StreamYard 101. It's not legal 101, okay? That you're doing great. Other people, not so much. Not so much. Okay.
Okay.
So like change the layout to I'm on solo. Hold on. Whoops.
No, I put it on solo because you told me to change the layout, so then I was just
yeah. So what you can do is say we're talking, we're watching the video, we're done, then change the layout to like custom
That one?
whatever that shows you and me. Right. Okay.
Okay.
So then and then we're just going to leave it up there, right? So you don't have to pull it up again. Now, go to click on another video. So it opens up a new tab. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. So if I change the video in this tab, it will...
No. Don't change the video in the tab that you have screen shared right now.
Okay.
Because then people are going to get crazy audio out of the blue and it's, what happened? No, keep the screen share on the video that's not playing anymore. The next video that, say we're going to listen to this video next, go ahead and pull it up. Then you can, make sure it's rewound, make sure the volume's at the max. Then there's that little tab at the top that says share this tab now. So then when you go to share this tab, you'll share the new video. Then you go back to the screen share where we're watching the video. Then you hit full screen on the video, and then it just continues. That way you don't have to stop, open, stop, open, stop, open. You're literally just sharing from one tab to the next, and then the tab that you just changed from, you can get rid of it. So you're not having a whole bunch of tabs up either.
Okay. I think I understood that, but I'm probably going to need you to explain it again sometime. But that makes so much sense because I've been on panel for 8 months, and I've seen that's what you do, but it never occurred to me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Oh
Yeah, that's what I usually do. And then I just switch the tabs. I don't stop. The only time I stop a screen share for a tab is if I have to show a photo or upload a video file. Other than that, the screen share is always on. It's just you don't always see what's being shared because we may not be needing it anymore or whatever.
Oh, gosh. All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
StreamYard 101. Yeah. Okay.
Hey. Just saying, it's bad when a paralegal don't even know the terms. That's not good. That's their job. That's their job.
Okay. Hold on.
Well, I made the video, Busby, so... Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. My bad.
Hey, honey. Hope I'm talking to my husband. I never should have left you. I never should have abandoned you when you were trying to work things out. I never should have put anybody else before you. I love you. At this point, I don't even know who my husband is because I don't have a paper trail. I don't have a copy of...
Oh, she don't have a paper trail?
Paper trail.
So this is Micah leaving a voicemail for JP?
Yeah.
Okay, it's been a while since we brought up the whole voicemail thing. What were we talking about, or what was being talked about if it was being choppy?
I don't... Oh. I think someone just commented in chat asking if you'd heard the last voicemail.
That's the last voicemail?
Yeah. Wait, is it?
What? She says, and she's saying all that?
Yeah. A paper trail, though, like...
She said, I don't have a paper trail. I don't even know my husband. I don't have a paper trail. And then I want to deposit, and it got cut off. So we can always listen to it fully.
Sorry,
Maybe bring it.
I didn't hear you saying to pause it. Should I take it back a bit?
Yeah, and then do me a favor, pull up the closed captioning on it and see what she says. I thought she says she doesn't have a paper trail. Not that YouTube closed captioning is spot on, because it's shitty. Closed captioning, I mean, some of the words, it's like, what do you mean? What are you even hearing? But when it comes to that, I thought she said she don't.
Hey, honey. Hope I'm talking to my husband. I never should have left you. I never should have abandoned you when you were trying to work things out. I never should have put anybody else before you. I love you. At this point, I don't even know who my husband is because I don't have a paper trail. I don't have a copy of my marriage license and where it was filed and proof that I am married to who the world thinks I'm married to, who I think I'm married to. I don't even know anymore. I'm getting tax records from Micah Miller. I don't even know what my last name is. I know I'm Micah Acacia. I know I'm that. My parents gave me those two names. That's on my original birth certificate. Still is today. But I don't know who I belong to under God and legally anymore because I don't have a paper trail. And that's important because if you get put on life support, if you are mentally unable or unfit to run the church, I need to know the paper trail. Who's in charge? We got a lot of assets, a lot of money to guard because it's not our money, it's God's money. And whose money was that? Before God, He put it in the pockets of people. And then those people gave it to us and entrusted us with God's money in God's house to do as God wishes. But I don't know who's steering the boat anymore, and that concerns me. I'd like a paper trail. I don't feel like that's too much to ask from the First Lady, or maybe the First Lady of Solid Rock, in case something happens to you. I love you.
She wasn't going to Solid Rock. This don't make any sense.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you in chat.
She doesn't even go to Solid Rock. Why would she be the First Lady of Solid Rock if she's not even going to Solid Rock? And hasn't.
Grace Green says, Rosie, let CJ know this is said to be an AI that JP made.
I think it's a voicemail that's from a long time ago. I think it's a voicemail when she still attended Solid Rock.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a voicemail before she went to Africa. I bet it's a voicemail before she went to Africa.
Because these are not the things that you're interested in if you're about to go through a divorce anyway. Because she's not going to be the first lady of anything for much longer if she wants a divorce.
Right. And she mentions Solid Rock. And I don't even know who I bet you that's when she decided she was going to Africa. She was probably asking for the paper trail on who does what before she goes out on her trip. Maybe, and that's why she wanted to know what the paper trail was of who's in charge of what, so she knew who she needed to talk to. Because think about it, you're going overseas, you're going to another country, and if your husband is being, shady, you're going to want to know who else to talk to, because you're not going to go out there and not have any funds or know how you're going to be taken care of. We already heard that she was having to use her own money to pay for stuff while she was out there that she was supposed to be reimbursed, and she wasn't even reimbursed for that. And they kept the money from her, saying that she stole it. But then after she come back, it magically reappeared.
Katrina says sent Feb 6, I think.
I don't know. That sound why the one thing that really stands out is First Lady of Solid Rock. You ain't even been going. You filed for divorce. What do you mean? What the hell?
Yeah.
We need to go into that tonight too.
Yeah. I'm a little bit taken aback by this. This doesn't sound right. But also at the same time, people saying that it's an AI that JP made. I don't see why he would make something that implicates him in.
Right, because it kind of does.
Yeah.
It kind of does. I don't have a paper trail. I don't know who's in charge of what. That actually looks bad for him.
Who would make that about themselves? Like
when your wife doesn't even know who's in charge of what for the church, and she's supposed to be the first lady. That makes you look bad, actually.
Yeah, I don't see someone doing that about themselves. I mean,
no. And I see it being a voicemail. Listen, how do we? He had control of her phones, right? Who says that he didn't play the old voice? Who says he didn't call his phone, play the old voicemail over the other phone that's calling him, and then uses that as a voicemail for proof? See? She sent me this voicemail on such and such date, but really, that phone was recording the voicemail from a long time ago, but it makes it look like it's a current voicemail because of how it's set up.
Yeah,
that's an old voicemail being used as a new one. Yeah. That's what happened.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I don't mean to. He seems to be the type of person who keeps everything, right?
That's what it is. That's what it is. He used an old voicemail, called his phone, so it would leave a voicemail, and used the phone that's calling him to leave the voicemail as the recording device to make it sound like she just left that voicemail. Wow. He just forgot to edit out the Solid Rock part, which is what he should have done. Because then if it wasn't for the Solid Rock part being in it, then it could be like, well, I mean, who knows? She's trying to get back. I want to be the first lady. That's a general term. It's not specific to a location.
Right.
You fucked up.
Right.
I need to go into that tonight. Where's that at? Is that in the mod chat? Or is that in the Micah folder, you guys? Mods, is that in the Micah folder?
I'll send it to you directly as well.
Or
It's in
just
my-
drop it. Okay, yeah.
Or I'll just put
Yeah,
it everywhere.
because I want to go. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
That don't make no sense.
And then also the subtitles that they have on the actual video are a lot better than the captions. So I'm going to turn the captions off because they're wrong.
Okay. I didn't know it had subtitles, sir.
Yeah, I thought maybe it would be better, the YouTube ones, but they're...
So what did it say? Well, it obviously said doesn't, because she kept saying doesn't after that. So yeah, but you got to look. It's when you say First Lady of Solid Rock, you ain't been going to Solid Rock, and you're wanting a divorce. So why would you bring up First Lady of Solid Rock?
Not only that, I mean, if you want a divorce, it's not your responsibility if something happens to your partner for you to have to go and do all of this stuff that she's saying she needs to be able to do with his proper name.
Yeah.
So...
yeah, we're going to dig more into that tonight.
I love you. Bye.
Now, this now deleted voicemail was actually posted by another creator on TikTok who appeared to have joined with JP Miller in an attempt to get his side of the story out there and to prove that Micah really did have mental health issues and that JP was actually a victim to Micah. Now, after the voicemail, he also posted this screenshot, which showed that Micah had been admitted to a mental health institution the next day on February 7th, 2024. Now, the creator alleged that this voicemail was supposed to prove that Micah was suffering from psychosis and that voicemail did not sound like that of a normal person. But I would also like to point out that February 2024 is also the time that JP Miller filed the separate support and maintenance request. And basically what that is when one spouse requests financial support from the other without officially being divorced. So when I hear that voicemail from Micah, it sounds to me like she just wants to know where they stand at when it comes to their financial assets. It also makes even more sense to me now that we've learned that JP Miller also had his own mental health struggles. So Micah basically wants to know, since they are still married, if something were to happen to JP or he was proved to be mentally unfit, where they would stand in that. Now, that creator did post a lot more videos that, like I said, are now deleted, but they also posted what was supposed to be Micah's mental health diagnosis, another video where Micah is seen on the other side of a door trying to get her purse from John Paul Miller, just several videos. And in my opinion, the delivery was a little off and people were not so receptive to what he was trying to say. And apparently he ended up deleting all of the videos. And now John Paul Miller has activated his TikTok account and has started posting things in the past 24 hours. So his first video is, "The actual truth is about to come out, get ready." And then he posted several pictures and videos of Micah, him and Micah together. I had to mute this one because she is singing a song. And I know some people were speculating that this wasn't actually JP and was actually the other creator that was posting those videos. And I don't think that's true because this JP Miller account was actually in that creator's live streams. They were both following each other before they blocked or locked their following lists. And this JP Miller account did not have anything on it when he was posting the videos. But now that he has to delete his videos, this account was activated. So I do in fact believe that this is actually JP Miller So it's going to be very interesting to see what truth he is talking about or what he is going to start posting on here, since it seems like he's just going to start posting it himself. Now, his comments are turned off. No big surprise
Can we
there.
switch to the press conference for Rachel Morren? If you just go to home on YouTube and then hit live, you'll probably see a press conference from a local TV station. I'm just seeing notifications like crazy about that press conference. A new suspect or something, maybe? Yeah, we'll go back into that later tonight. That's very odd. Dang, look at all the camping stuff hanging off that thing. Oh, crap. This car's like going 10 under. What the hell?
Is the press conference happening right now? Because I only have lives of people analyzing.
Yeah, I've seen like 6 notifications going on. Does anybody know what YouTube channel, the press conference, the local TV station, like the call letters to type in the search bar?
Because I know that they've made an arrest.
They've made an arrest?
Yeah, I can see that.
What? So they finally caught the guy, or is it somebody?
No, and that's what Tiffany was saying earlier. Hold on, let me just see if I can find the press conference. It might have already happened because people are covering it.
Oh, I thought it was 1:30. I thought it was at 1:30 Eastern. Does anybody in chat, can you help her out? Let her know what local TV station, the call letters. Oh, no, I never heard of that one, so.
I'll find, sorry. I know, I'm give me a moment.
Yeah, if you find it, you can just drop it in mod chat and she can just click on it. They freaking got an arrest. No way. That's great news. We covered it a while back. I mean, a while back. We did some shows on it. But they just had DNA and a drawing. And then a video of the same person that committed another assault in another state. but they had like doorbell camera of that guy. So they had like him backing out of the doorway and walking away, but that's all they had. And DNA. But I think he was an illegal immigrant maybe or something, so they could.
Yeah, I heard that.
They didn't
But
know
you some-
exactly.
Yeah. Sorry. So it's still upcoming, about 20 minutes time.
Oh, it hasn't started yet. Okay.
Yeah, I also heard that about him. And then
Is there some 20 minutes? Is there like if you want to look up like a breakdown of the case, like a 15-minute video or something of like a breakdown of the case, so that anybody that doesn't know about her, we can watch a little breakdown of it before the press conference.
okay, cool. I'll get one now.
And if any of the mods have a good one, she can click on, go ahead and drop it in there too. Yeah, we haven't covered it too much. We did a few shows on it a while back. I'm thinking the summer when was it? Maybe it was last fall. Excuse me. Maybe it was last fall. Or winter, somewhere around there.
Have you seen someone who looks like this man, possibly wearing a hat? Investigators in Maryland say a man who looks just like this murdered Rachel Morren, a mother of 5 and a beloved daughter and sister. I'm Anjanette Levy. It's Tuesday, and this is Crime Fix. The sketch of the man in the Air Jordan hat is the newest clue, a little more than 6 months after Rachel Morren was attacked and murdered on the Ma and Pa Trail in Bel Air, Maryland. The crime has rocked the small community where people once felt safe. The Harford County Sheriff's Office just released these sketches of the man who murdered Rachel Morren. The search for her killer is a nationwide manhunt. Detectives don't know his name, but they have his DNA. Last year, we told you the sheriff said the man who murdered Morren in August was also involved in an assault in Los Angeles months earlier in March. Home security video from a house in LA recorded the man leaving shirtless, but it only caught a side profile of him. Now you're going to hear from the sheriff of Harford County, Maryland, on why he believes these sketches look just like the man who murdered Rachel Morren. Stay tuned for more on that and why that Air Jordan hat he is wearing is so important to the investigation. The sheriff's office has interviewed more than 100 people. Detectives have scoured the area for clues and surveillance video, and they've pleaded with the public for help. They've traveled to several states, and now they've even produced a new podcast, all in the hope of reaching people who can help solve Rachel Morren's murder. Joining me to discuss the very latest on the investigation into Rachel Morren's murder is Sheriff Jeff Gaylor of Harford County. Sheriff Gaylor, bring us up to speed. What's the very latest since you've released these 2 sketches of the suspect?
Obviously, the big news this week is that yesterday we released a composite. That's been a question since early on in the investigation. We had the video of the suspect leaving a crime scene in Los Angeles in March of last year, 6 months in advance of Rachel's homicide. And from that crime scene, DNA was collected, and there was some Ring doorbell camera, which gave us a short video and a more of a side picture in the back of the suspect. So working off of that and talking to witnesses and witnesses here in our county who saw an individual that they thought suspicious along the trail in the days and hours ahead of Rachel's homicide, we finally have a composite that we have a much higher level of confidence in. It's been shown to both the people here and the people in Los Angeles, and they feel that it's a good representation, an accurate representation of our suspect in this case.
So when you say it's been shown to people there in Maryland, in the Bel Air, Maryland area, Harford County, and I'm assuming the person in Los Angeles, the house that this person was leaving, because that's where you got some of the DNA from, or, the DNA matched, the DNA left on Rachel Morren matched DNA from that incident in Los Angeles. So somebody from that incident was able to say, yeah, that looks like him.
Correct. And they were actually, and again, that case is still an active investigation being investigated by the Los Angeles Police Department. So we're limited on what we can say about that. But what I can say is there were multiple people in that home, and everyone has been spoken to by our investigators and shown that picture. I don't know that everybody's been shown that picture, but multiple people have been shown that picture from California. And again, the information that our investigators are getting back is they feel it is a good representation of what the suspect looks like. And obviously the baseball hat is unique. It's a Michael Jordan, Air Jordan red baseball hat with a flat brim, and the new sticker is still on it the way some people like to wear it. That hat is what was recovered out there and what the DNA was pulled off of.
So that is a big deal. The Air Jordan hat that you see in that composite sketch was actually recovered from the house in Los Angeles where the suspect was seen leaving on camera in March of last year, months before Rachel Morren was murdered. And that's where they got the DNA for the suspect. That DNA is what linked the two crimes. Now that hat could be a key clue.
One of the items collected by the Los Angeles Police Department was this hat. And we have reason to believe from witnesses who believe they saw our suspect here that he had a hat on. So it's not the same hat, but it could be a identical hat or something similar, but probably wears it in a similar style, flat brimmed with, again, in this case, it was an Air Jordan. And like many people in society do today, they like to leave the tags on it that come from the manufacturer. So just one more bit of information that we hope clicks in someone's mind and they say, I might have an idea who this is, and that generates the tips that our investigators need to put the name of that DNA sample into that video, into the composite.
It'd be interesting if you could take maybe a serial number or something like that off of that hat and trace the sale. With computers in this day and age, it's amazing what they can do in tracing sales.
I will say, and we're not going into, we're being careful not to release any investigative information that the investigators or the prosecutor wants us to stay away from. But I will just say, through this investigation, I have been amazed at what is possible through scientific and electronic investigative efforts. So our investigators, we've had so many tips through our social media and through the phone line. But I said yesterday in an interview, no one has proposed something that we haven't thought about and or done to this day. And I say keep those tips coming because the next suggestion might be something we haven't thought about. So,
is the FBI assisting you at all with this investigation since, it spans multiple jurisdictions? You have a DNA sample that's not in CODIS, and we know that the FBI has resources that it can use, including genetic genealogy, which I know you said you're not going into these things, but there are things that the FBI is capable of doing that maybe the Harford County Sheriff's Office is not. So is the FBI assisting?
Yes, certainly our federal partners have technology and resources that aren't available to us, but are available through partnership and a good working relationship. And they have assisted us through this investigation. I don't know that they are, I would have to go to an investigator to see that they're actively involved at this point. To the best of my knowledge, they are, but I'm not 100% sure. But they certainly have assisted along the way. And I have no doubt that if we called on them tomorrow for something, that they would be there assisting us. We've worked with other federal, state, and local partners just the Los Angeles Police Department. And it's, something we shared previously was that our investigators traveled to Chicago. We worked with that police department on doing an interview up there of not a suspect, but of a potential witness in the case. So we continue to work with all of our partners, even the private sector, who might help us solve this horrific crime.
This is a horrific crime, and it's terrifying. Just to me, this is every woman's worst fear. You're attacked while you're out doing whatever. You're out going to the grocery. You're out doing whatever. I mean, Rachel Morren went out for a run or a walk on a trail and never came home.
Right.
And she, has 5 children that she left behind. She has a family who loves her. You've got this incident out in Los Angeles where this guy just kind of walks out of this house. I mean, God only knows what happened there because LAPD is not saying. So to me, I find this guy to be terrifying. He's obviously very dangerous, and he was able to go from Los Angeles to Maryland, 2,500, 3,000 miles away within a matter of months. So he could be anywhere by now, and he could be laying low. But people who do these types of things, sometimes they can stop, sometimes they don't. If he is somebody who's a rapist and a predator. So how concerned are you guys that he may strike again? Or maybe you will be able to catch him. I don't know. Or maybe he's left the country. I have no idea. I mean,
and all that, right? And everything you said is spot on and very possible. We don't know whether he is from here and happened to travel out to Los Angeles when that crime occurred and then has come back and then committed the act here. We don't know whether he's from there and traveled out here and or he's just transient and traveled somewhere in between. The only thing, kind of new information that we have released, is that investigators are confident that in the days and probably weeks ahead of time, that he was here, not just a random passing through for 10 minutes and found this trail and a crime of opportunity. They do believe, based on witness interviews here, that he was here for some time, like I said, a week or days ahead of the homicide. And in that time, he had to interact with people. Even if he's not here now, in that time, he had to stay somewhere. He had to eat. He had to, probably work somewhere. So we're confident that people here interacted with him, and we need them to look at the composite. We need them to watch that video and provide us with whatever investigative tips that they might have. But you hit it spot on. This is a very safe community. The trail is even safer than the community in general. I mean, nothing even remotely like this. We've had car break-ins for, ladies' purses or computers left at the trailheads, but no sort of violent crime whatsoever up until Rachel's homicide. And again, yes, a lady who did nothing at all to deserve this, a victim of a horrific crime. The victims are her children, her family, her sister, her brother, her mother, who are all left with questions and with this incredible loss. And although we can never bring Rachel back, what we can do, hopefully our investigators pour their heart and have poured and will continue to pour their heart into this case, is bring this suspect to the criminal justice system so that he's never able to do such a thing again, because I think he will.
Sheriff Gaylor, have you all in your canvassing found any video of this guy around the trail or in the general vicinity? Because you're saying you think he was in the area for a while before this happened. I mean, was he staking out the trail? Maybe looking for somebody to prey upon? I mean, have you been able to maybe piece his movements together at all?
Again, I can't. I'm not going to get too much into the investigation, but we have done witness interviews that have led investigators to believe that he was in the area along the trail, more or less canvassing or staking out a location in which to commit this horrible act, so that there was some forethought put into it, that it wasn't just a crime of opportunity where he and she passed on the trail at the same time. Now, we don't know that he targeted Rachel, but he certainly targeted that location and had a plan. And one of the new tidbits that we did, pieces of information that we did release, was that she was attacked on the trail. That the initial confrontation occurred on the hiking trail, and that he attacked her there and then moved her. I believe it's about 70 to 100 yards away to a drainage tunnel, which was in some of the news reports earlier, but we failed. We were not willing to confirm it before, but we are confirming that that's where the homicide took place.
Sheriff Gaylor, there's a reward in this case, so tell us about that.
Sure. In the days after this horrible crime, this terrible case, the loss of Rachel, we put up a reward in the weeks that followed. Several organizations, the family as well, has worked to increase that. Recently, there was a $5,000 addition to the reward for information leading to that suspect's identity and arrest, and prosecution is now at $35,000. So we're hoping that that might motivate someone who, and again, I think someone out there has seen that video and or the sketch and has an idea who that is, and they need to share that with us. And hopefully, $35,000 is some motivation to do so. But shouldn't be needed because this, as we spoke about, this individual will commit one of these horrendous acts again if he's not removed from the ability to do so.
And you've had a lot of tips coming in since you released that sketch.
We have, again, in the 6 months early in the investigation, as it goes with any investigation, the tips were rolling in. They've continued to come in over 6 months, but they've certainly slowed down a lot. The release of the composite, the additional information, us releasing it through sharing a podcast where we discuss the case, something new to reach new people who don't necessarily read a paper or watch the nightly news, reach a new audience. The tips have really picked up quite a bit. So hopefully in those, our investigators will find the tip that they need.
Sheriff Jeff Gaylor, thank you so much for joining us. And we hope that this reward, we hope this sketch leads to the identification of a suspect in this case. We appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so I have my notifications on for all of the news channels. None of them have anything scheduled, but notifications are on for like 5 of them.
Okay. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, that was a good recap because it's been a while.
Yeah. Can't believe they made an arrest. So it's got to be the guy.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who else they would arrest. Unless it's a co-conspirator, but they never said that. So it's got to be him.
Yeah, I think it is.
It was a spot-on sketch. Oh, yeah?
Oh, are there pictures?
Send me. How do we do this? No, it doesn't. No, the real picture. I know what the sketch looks like. But if it's spot on, that picture's out there of the person that got arrested. If somebody knows what it looks like.
Hold on. I'm Googling his name. Okay, I have the picture. Hold on. Let me just get it up here. I'm not getting any notifications yet for the news. We do have a minute. Okay, it still hasn't started yet. Hold on.
Okay, we'll just sit here. We'll just sit here and wait for it to go live. It shouldn't be about a minute or two.
Okay.
We get it, SOC Rebel. They're going to have the picture on the press conference too, so it's not that big of a deal. I think after the fifth one, everybody gets it. I got to be the most welcoming channel when it comes to people and other creators, because it's funny. I go to other channels and I just say what's up, and then I get called a grifter when I just say what's up. I don't even say, hey, go look at this channel, you know? I got to be like the most welcoming YouTube guy out there when it comes to other creators here. Because nobody, I just go to say hi and I get called a grifter. I don't even promote anything. It's true. I just go to these other channels and I say, thank you for doing all you're doing. And then now everybody in the community, he's a grifter. He's just trying to promote himself. And I'm like, damn, y'all like have other people come in here and promote your shit, my
Yeah.
show. And I don't sit there and spaz. Oh, go ahead, Grizz.
As Sheriff Taylor announces long-awaited and much-anticipated updates in the murder investigation of Rachel Morren. Standing and offering remarks with the sheriff are Bill DeBagno, Special Agent in Charge, FBI, Baltimore Field Office. Evan Campanella, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, HSI, Baltimore Field Office. Allison Healy, Harford County State's Attorney. Also in attendance are Colonel William Davis, Chief Deputy, Harford County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Christopher Maddox, Criminal Investigations Division, Harford County Sheriff's Office, David Hughes, Deputy Chief, Bel Air Police Department, John Cook, Chief of Staff, Washington, Baltimore, HIDA, Patrick Vincenti, President of the Harford County Council, and members of Rachel's family. After Ms. Healy concludes her remarks, Hattie Morren, Rachel's mom, will offer a few remarks as well. She will not be taking questions today. We know that you have many questions for all of us. Please keep in mind that we will try to answer as many as we can, but this investigation is still ongoing, and there are some details we cannot discuss at this time. Again, thank you for joining us, taking your time and dedication to telling Rachel's story. And with that, Sheriff Gaylor.
Thanks, Christy. Good afternoon, everybody. As Christy said, I'm Harford County Sheriff Jeff Gaylor. As everyone's aware, on August 6, 2023, our peaceful Harford County community was rocked when the body of Rachel Morren was discovered in an area just about a mile from here, just off the Ma and Pa hiking trail here just outside the town of Bel Air. In addition to the impact to our local Harford County community, Rachel's murder gained national and even international attention. The young mother of 5, whose life was violently taken in a public location, is one of the safest places in the state. It's not supposed to happen, and it shouldn't have happened. In the days and months since Rachel was murdered, Rachel's family and friends, our Harford County community, and the men and women of the Harford County Sheriff's Office, along with all of our allied partners, have worked tirelessly to bring the individual responsible for her death to justice. Our deputies and our partners have worked this case with persistence and passion for Rachel and for her family every day over the past 10 months. Just over 3 weeks ago, on May 20th, on what should have been Rachel's 38th birthday, and in a poetic coincidence, or perhaps in Rachel's own divine assistance, our investigators uncovered a lead that led us to this day. And on this day, I'm here to tell you, Rachel's murderer is no longer a free man.
Wow.
Hopefully, he will never have the opportunity to walk free again. The lead we received was related to DNA evidence and allowed investigators to finally put a name to the image of the suspect in the video from Los Angeles, which we released 2 weeks after Rachel's death. After we had the video, we knew what he looked like. We knew what he looked like, but we didn't know who he was. With the new DNA evidence, now we know who he is, but we still didn't know where he was. As I have stated many times, this killer could have been laying his head in any community in the country or even in the world, and indeed, that was completely accurate. Over the past 2 weeks, investigators continued their diligent investigation and tracked our suspect all the way from Prince George's County to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Our investigators also obtained an arrest warrant yesterday afternoon, and as the arrest warrant was being issued, we met with Rachel's family, many of whom are with us today, to update them on the case and asked of them an almost impossible request, and that was to keep the information about the identity and the arrest warrant to themselves and protected to allow investigators the opportunity to try to apprehend this suspect before it was made public in the news, so that our suspect did not have the opportunity to learn that he was wanted and to once again flee. 5 hours after meeting with the family and just before midnight our time, police in Tulsa, Oklahoma, assisted by our federal partners, located and arrested Rachel's murderer, Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez. So far, we have learned that the suspect, now pictured on the screens, is a 23-year-old citizen of El Salvador who illegally crossed the border into the United States in February of 2023. We all suspected that perhaps Rachel was not his first victim, and it's my understanding that this suspect, this monster, fled to the United States illegally after committing the brutal murder of a young woman in El Salvador a month early in January of 2023. Once in our country, and likely emboldened by his anonymity, he brutally attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother during a home invasion in March of 2023 in Los Angeles. And as everyone I believe is aware, that was our first DNA match linking Rachel's case to the Los Angeles case. It has been a fear of mine that once we identified this suspect, the result would be exactly this. And I want to now direct these comments to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and to every member in both chambers of Congress. We are 1,800 miles away here in Harford County. We are 1,800 miles away from the southern border, and the American citizens are not safe because of failed immigration policies. This is the second time in just 2 years that an innocent Harford County woman has lost her life to a criminal in our country illegally. Let me repeat that. 1,800 miles from the southern border, and this is the second woman in our county to be killed by an illegal alien. Suspects, in both cases, they are suspects from El Salvador with ties to criminal gangs. Should not be happening. Victor Hernandez did not come here to make a better life for himself or for his family. He came here to escape the crime he committed in El Salvador. He came here and murdered Rachel, and God willing, no one else. But that should have never been allowed to happen. Moving on, I want to make it clear that this case does not get solved, and we do not bring this criminal to justice without the amazing law enforcement teamwork from our local, state, and federal partners. And I mean that in all sincerity. Rachel's homicide does not get solved. There is no arrest without all of us working together. And for that, I want to thank everyone here in the front of the room and all those who aren't here, but I'm going to cover a list in a minute. I want to thank all of them for their assistance to our agency over the past 10 months. We are profoundly grateful for your dedication and support. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, especially the Baltimore Field Office, rendered invaluable assistance throughout the course of the investigation. Similarly, the State Police, Maryland State Police Crime Laboratory contributed greatly with their expertise and resources. I must also say thank you to the Los Angeles Police Department, the Department of Homeland Security, Naval Criminal Investigative Services, the Maryland State Police Bel Air Barrack, the U.S. Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force, the Harford County State's Attorney's Office, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources Police, the Bel Air Police Department, Maryland Coordination and Analysis Center, the Baltimore Washington HIDA, the Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department, El Salvadorian authorities, and the many law enforcement agencies, both state and local, who provided invaluable assistance to the Harford County Sheriff's Office during this investigation. As I think is evident, this was truly a comprehensive law enforcement effort, and I am exceptionally proud of the work done by the collective team and countless others who made last night's arrest in Tulsa possible. I also want to thank the members of our Harford County community for their patience, support, and cooperation throughout this investigation, to include hundreds upon hundreds of tips that our investigators have received. Today, we were able to provide what some like to refer to as closure to Rachel's family and for our Harford County community. I want to thank the members of the Morren family, and you're going to hear from, as Christy said, from Patricia here in a minute, but no questions. They have been by the side of our detectives this entire time, doing anything that they could do to help the investigation and to help our detectives, to help bring this individual that took Rachel's life to justice. I recognize there is nothing that will ever close the door or bring true closure concerning the loss of Rachel, but it is my hope and the hope of all involved working this case that the arrest of this suspect brings her family and our Harford County community some peace. I would like to now ask FBI Baltimore Field Office Special Agent in Charge, William Bono, did I get it right? DeBano, to offer a few remarks.
Thank you, Sheriff Gaylor. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Del Bagno. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today, our focus remains on Rachel, bringing justice for her, finding answers for her family and loved ones, and making sure the violent criminal who so viciously took her life cannot harm anyone else. The FBI is proud to stand united with our partners in the Harford County Sheriff's Office as we announce this arrest. We know nothing can take away the pain and the anguish Rachel's family and friends have endured. Please know, on behalf of the FBI, our hearts are with you. To the public, keeping our community safe is one of the FBI's highest priorities, and so are the invaluable partnerships required to accomplish this. During the investigation, here's what I can share from the FBI. Our investigative genetic genealogy team in Baltimore worked countless hours to identify the suspect by using crime scene DNA and tracing that DNA to potential family members. Investigators even traveled to El Salvador as part of their efforts to identify this killer. To find the suspect, we provided technical assistance, helping to pinpoint his location. And that brings us to last night, where Tulsa police and FBI agents were able to successfully apprehend and arrest the suspect in Oklahoma. Harford County and the investigators on this case worked every angle, tirelessly and constantly, never giving up and following every lead and piece of evidence. We thank Harford County for their partnership and bringing us into the investigation. As Sheriff Gaylor outlined, we thank everyone who helped make this arrest possible. To all those who have been waiting for an arrest to be made, for answers, we hope this brings a sense of justice and some peace. The FBI vows to continue to work every day to keep our community safe and prioritize the partnerships so vital to doing that. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Evan Campanella, the Deputy Special Agent in Charge, HSI, Baltimore.
Thank you, Sec Del Bagno. First off, I would like to thank Sheriff Gaylor for having HSI present for today's announcement. Today's announcement is the culmination of almost 1 year of investigative activity that highlights the cooperation and the collaboration HSI has with its state and local and federal partners. And I'm happy to be here today with Sheriff Gaylor and our partners to announce the arrest. I hope that today's announcement, as the sheriff pointed out, will help bring some closure to Rachel's family. And again, I would like to thank Sheriff Gaylor for asking HSI to participate in this investigation and to be here for today's announcement. I would now like to invite Harford County State's Attorney, Allison Healy, to the podium for her remarks.
Good afternoon. I want to commend the Harford County Sheriff's Office and other assisting agencies on the hard work, expertise, and diligence identifying and apprehending the suspect in the murder of Rachel Morren. They worked tirelessly on this lengthy and difficult investigation for the public safety of our community and bringing Rachel's family peace, knowing that the next step is prosecution. I will personally be leading the prosecution of this case. While the defendant is innocent until and unless he is proven guilty, Harford County and our neighboring communities can rest assured that my office will take all steps necessary to ensure that justice is served for Rachel Morren and her family. We have already begun coordinating with the Warrant Apprehension Unit of the Harford County Sheriff's Office to handle the extradition of the defendant to Harford County. And once the defendant has been transported back to Harford County, prosecution will commence. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce to you all Patricia Morren.
I'm going to make this really short because I'm very emotional. I just want to take this time to thank all of the law enforcement for all their hard work. I know that a lot of times we don't see what goes on behind the scenes. You know, you see the policeman in the car when you write you a ticket, but you don't see the real work that happens behind. And around Christmas time, we did a canvassing with Harford County, thank you. And they brought us into a room and I could see all the people that were involved. And that's not even all the external agencies that were involved. And it just gave me such hope that they really did care about our family and my daughter, that they were going to work diligently to find the person that murdered her. At one point, when things seemed like really bleak and hopeless, the lead detective said to me, he said, patience will win in the end. And that's what they've been doing. They've been diligently working very hard, and they've been patiently working through all the leads. And it's because of that that we have an arrest today. So I'm very thankful and just very grateful to these men. And I'm also very grateful to the press because you kept her story alive so that people would still continue to send in tips. And that helped them to do their job. So I want to thank the press as well. But I don't know if this is, oops, sorry about that. I don't know if this is kosher or not. I'm gonna step away from the pulpit. But I think we should applaud them just because I am so grateful that they have brought us to this place. Because at some of the points during this, I didn't think that we were ever going to have an end, that it was going to be a cold case. So I would like to applaud them.
Thank you, and it's a case that touched us all. So with that, we are going to take some questions. As Christy said, this is still an active investigation. So there's some things that we're not free to speak about or won't be speaking about. So with that, does anybody have any questions that we can answer for any of the speakers?
I have a question. I want to know if you can just a little bit what actually happened right now. Like the thread.
Well, I'm very familiar with ICE detainers.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure.
Yes, we are a.
What's status?
There has been an ICE detainer filed on him because he is in this country illegally out in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He would not be deported before answering for these charges. So I honestly believe that's the last place he wants to go. I think, sad statement is our jails are better here than they are in El Salvador. And he's going to spend, God willing, the rest of his days behind bars. Investigators are still working. I mean, he worked a few odd jobs that we are familiar with. Did not live a very, expensive lifestyle. But this is a free country. You can, once you're in it, you can move from one jurisdiction to the next, very freely. And he did that from El Salvador into the United States to Los Angeles. Unfortunately, here to Harford County. Again, down in Prince George's County, we had him in the Virginia area, and then all the way out to Tulsa, Oklahoma. And in the year he's been in the country, a little year plus, who knows where else he's been. And it's a fear of mine. It's a fear of our investigators. And as Patty said, our investigators took this case to heart, as they do all the cases. But this case they took to heart, and they worked so hard and have an emotional tie to it that I got off on a tangent. That they I lost my train of thought. Investigators are working that. We certainly know he has connections down in the D.C. area, both Virginia and Prince George's County. But again, as he moved around the country, there were places that we believe he probably had associates, and he has ties to known gangs. So we believe that's how he lived his life. That's where I was going before. We fear all the time, the investigators fear that we're going to stumble across another crime that just hasn't been tied back through DNA or some other science or electronic, tie, that the evidence just hasn't reached the point where we get a hit. But right now, what we're familiar with is the crime in Los Angeles, the home invasion in March of 2023, the homicide here of Rachel in August of 2023. And I believe in Tulsa, he's facing some local charges as well for last night. I think trespassing or disorderly or something to that effect. We're not familiar with any other. I'm not familiar with any other charges. No, in El Salvador, there is a what's called a red notice. A red notice, which is basically an Interpol warrant for his arrest to bring him back there to stand for the homicide of the woman in that case down there. Well, and I gotta defer to our partners at the FBI on that one because they did most of the international.
Thanks, sir. So the FBI has personnel that are positioned throughout the world. They're called legal attaché. And we have a legal attaché that is in El Salvador. As we were conducting some of the investigative actions along with Harford County, some of the investigative information took us to El Salvador and working with our partners there in order to understand some of the familial ties that are down there, and also bring together back a better understanding of the red notice that Sheriff Gaylor brought up as well. I don't have any information.
As I understand it, there was about, I don't know how many hours they're behind, 2, 3, Tulsa. So it was midnight our time, and he was hanging out at a business park or a storefront, and the police encountered him, and apparently there's a charge of, we say it's trespassing, and he was identified during that arrest and processing. Well, and that's been a question since the outset. Was Rachel's homicide random or targeted? And again, I don't know that we have that answer explicitly or completely. But at this point, there's nothing to indicate that anyone other than him was involved. We do have some belief that he spent some time here in the Bel Air area, so he may have seen her and her more or less routine operations. One of the things that we caution people, particularly women on the trail, about doing was developing a routine where it can be predicted where you might be. That would be my suspicion. If he decides to talk throughout the course of the days ahead to either investigators or prosecutors as it moves to that stage, we may learn more about, was it just an opportunity because he was on the trail when, unfortunately she decided to go out exercising that day, or was it something more specific? As to the motive, we've been tight-lipped, I guess, about it. The charges in the case are first-degree murder and first-degree rape. And as the colonel just reminded me to say, we do have right now in the air, we have sent investigators to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to follow up on many things related to this investigation. It's very active and ongoing, as I said. He will be extradited here eventually, and that will be done. That process has already been initiated, but it could take, as I understand, the state's attorney 10 to 30 days. 10 days if he doesn't fight it. 30 days if he decides to fight it, but he will be extradited. 30 to 60.
I'm not really sure if we really hear that so often. Walk us through how that plays a role.
Absolutely. So I think a lot of folks know genetic genealogy or investigative genetic genealogy in some of the cold cases, and certainly has gotten a lot of attention from the Golden State Killer, and since then a lot of investigations on the cold case side. I think folks should also know that we prioritize the violent crime cases that are current, and that this is an game-changing investigative tool to understand when there are dry holes and there's no other leads to go, that we can apply the investigative genealogy to identify potentially family members, and then in doing that, take it on to a step where Hartford County and our partners can conduct interviews to better understand who the potential subjects are and narrow down that scope. We also use it on, unfortunately, the victim side, when we can't identify a victim through any other means, and building out the cases that way. We've seen over time 130 cases thus far since 2018 that have had successfully used investigative genetic genealogy.
Well, he was encountered by the police and the agents for the FBI who were out there looking for him. So they had an idea of where he was. But I know that from that encounter, there's also a local charge of trespassing, not in a vehicle. He was apparently at that business, I guess, unwantedly so. He was. We already had the name. We had the arrest warrant. So when they encountered him, they knew he was wanted. So he was picked up for that. Oh, certainly this is the more serious, the loss of life. California will follow up on their investigation. They would have to direct questions to that police, it's LAPD, that is handling that as far as specifics to their investigation. But certainly we have been in communication. Our investigators have been in communication with theirs. They are aware that we identified the suspect here, and by identifying our suspect, we have their suspect, they have their suspect, and they can move forward on charges. They would also file the arrest warrant on file. So, I never want him to leave Maryland again. I want him to die in a Maryland jail, Maryland prison system. We don't have the death penalty, so I just hope he spends the rest of his days there. But if he ever got out of this one, he would be sent extradited to California. And if he got out of that one, there's still the red folder, the red notice, where El Salvador would want him back, and ICE has marked him for detainer. So he would go back there to face those charges. I do not know. No. The major in the back is shaking his head no, he does not. And again, we shared the picture. You all will have the picture. It's going to be, no doubt out there on social media. So we're still looking for information. He was in this area for at least some period of time. And when I say the area, he was in the Bel Air area for some period of time before or right after the homicide, or both. So if people still have information, and now that there's a name to put with the face, investigators still want to talk to you. We still want to know. We still want to build that timeline, because there's a case to prosecute, and we want to put all the pieces together so that Miss Healy can do her job most successfully, and again, ensure this guy never sees the light of day. Not that we're familiar with. Thank you all, and again, thank our partners. To have Rachel's family here means so much to not me. I mean, to me, of course, but to the investigators who work this case tirelessly. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all of our federal, state, and local partners. So with that, thank you. Okay.
We made a decision earlier today that we are not going to share the suspect's photo on our social media. It was here. If you have, if you would like a copy of the flyer, you can send an email to media@hartfordsheriff.org, and I will send it to you if you would like to use it in your newscast, but we will not share his picture on any of our social media. Any other questions? Great. Thank you again.
Yeah, when it comes to there in the beginning, he was like 1,800 miles from the border. And it's like, I remember when the governor of Texas was getting fed up because the president wasn't handling the border issue, and Texas was getting flooded, and he got tired of it. And so to protect his own communities in his own state, because the crime had skyrocketed because of it, he just started busing them up to New York. He just started paying for bus tickets, and whatever came through, he just sent them up to New York. Sent them up to this state, sent them up to that state. Crazy situation here when it comes to the immigration and the open border that they allow. Like, who would ever thought about hearing that the cartels are setting up shop in frickin' Idaho and Wyoming? That's like right next to the Canadian border. It's crazy shit. But it's when he says 1,800 miles, it's not a surprise, because they were getting bussed everywhere too. More traffic jam.
How far are you from arriving?
Like 3.5 hours.
Oh, that is not bad at all.
No.
I would do like that. Sorry, I just have to go check on something.
Okay. Oh, there's more. Yeah, it's true. A lot of their huge operations are up northwest, on the complete other side of the United States. The Canadian border is not so bad. It's the southern border. There's so much open land, you can literally just walk across the dirt. And when you're not policing it because you want votes, let's put people's safety at risk because you want to continue to be in the office. We're not a political show, so we won't get into all that. That last traffic jam was for nothing. I don't know why there was even a traffic jam. Let's see. Got 11 miles. Then I can get off this damn highway. Interstate. Shade. I don't know. It's like maybe see a lot of people traveling with bikes. But I'll wait for Rosie to come back, and then we'll go ahead and end the show. I got some meetings I have to attend here in about 15 minutes. Got some meetings I got to take care of. And then I'm going to finish out the rest of depending on how long these meetings take. Should have a little bit of free time where I can just roll these windows down and feel and hear the air. We'll be back on tonight. So look for me around 7:30, 8 Eastern. Somewhere around there. We won't have a crazy late show because we'll probably just have a 2 or 3 hour show. Got to be up early tomorrow, probably around 6. Got to get up about 6. I got to get some rest with this long ass drive, so it'll be an early show tonight. We'll just be hanging out for a couple hours. And we'll be at the protest tomorrow. Thank you guys for helping the drive go by so quick. Still got a few hours, but these meetings will help make it go by even quicker too. And hopefully I can get a little bit of just window time. Just a little bit. Get that ultimate relaxation. The only thing I'm missing is the hammock instead of a car seat. We will be back tonight and tomorrow.
Don't yawn.
Oh, hopefully everything's okay with Rosie and her mom. Prayers for her mom. She's got a migraine right now. Raging migraine.
Yeah, I'm back.
Everything all right?
Much better.
So I'll probably be live at like 8:15 in the morning tomorrow. I'm going to shoot for 8 Eastern. Be up early. Get ready for that protest. I'm going to try and keep a tally tomorrow. I see how many people go in and out. So I'm going to try and get there a little early. See if, give or take a few or whatever. But get a better count for this one this week. So I'll be back tonight, be back tomorrow. I'll have some other shows coming out this week. So I say thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you, Rosie, for doing everything you do when we're doing this too. I know it's a lot of work. All right, everybody. I got these meetings. Give me a couple minutes in between, and then got to get back to work. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. See you tonight.